Chapter 723. 18th Young Master Tang Tianshu had just turned 20 years old. This person had the bloodline of the Great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. It was said that he had the bloodline of a peacock. What was most terrifying was that not only was his strength terrifying but his alchemy skills were also formidable. He was ranked below 100 on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. This was a very dazzling genius. His most dazzling aspect was his age and alchemy skills. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was a race against time. If one wanted to have outstanding results in martial arts, they would have to spend a great deal of time. How could an ordinary person have the time to painstakingly cultivate alchemy? But to be strong in both aspects, this sort of genius was not only revered but also admired. Tang Tianshu was Hu Ding Elder's favorite disciple, and so was Dan Luofan. Thus, Tang Tianshu had helped Dan Luofan regain face. In the distance, the 2 Xian elders indifferently looked down at the square. They did not speak. They had heard of this youth Lin Ling, and their impression of him was that he was crazy. But now they were wondering what Lin Ling was doing. To be so brash, was he looking to die? 18th Young Master Tang Tianshu? Lin Ling's pupils flashed. His surname was Tang, so he must have come from the Great Tang Empire. His strength was terrifying. He had reached the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Sure enough, with a deep family background, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Did I say I wanted to kill him? I only came here for one purpose, and that was to steal his pride. Also, this is a matter between me and Dan Luofan. What does it have to do with you? Fuck. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu and waved his hand, throwing Dan Luofan away like a dead dog. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. You really are as arrogant as the rumors say, and you're also a villain. Today is Dan Luofan's glorious day, and you're jealous of his extraordinary achievements, so you came here to cause trouble. I came here to cause trouble? When he tried to harm me, why didn't you call him a villain? When I was weak, he wanted to cripple me. When I returned to the 7 Profound Martial House, he used pills as a reward to kill me. If I was still weak, how could I still be standing here today? Senior apprentice brother, please don't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at Tang Tianshu without fear. Tang Tianshu's eyes were cold as the flame on his finger leaped up, causing the temperature of the entire plaza to rise. This person's king physique was of the fire element. The most terrifying thing was that his king physique was not low. It was definitely higher than Lin Ling's king physique. Me? Do you think that just because Linglong Valley is a forbidden ground I can't teach you a lesson? Tang Tianshu's voice grew even lower. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so unafraid of him. Who gave him the guts to do that? Chi. The golden flames on his finger danced, creating invisible ripples. Many people narrowed their eyes and guessed that the 18th Prince, Tang Tianshu, was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, the Linglong Valley was a sacred place for alchemy, and martial arts were forbidden. How was Tang Tianshu going to teach Lin Ling a lesson? Boom! The formless flames attacked Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. The formless flames rushed into his body. It was Tang Tianshu's king physique, the mysterious golden flames. Obviously, this was a forbidden ground, so Tang Tianshu didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, if he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, he still had many ways to do so. Defeating the Dragon Monarch doesn't mean anything. Tang Tianshu didn't even look at Lin Ling. He knew everything about Lin Ling, but to him it was nothing. Tang Tianshu is so strong. The crowd's hearts surged. No wonder he was the 6th prince of the 18 princes. Then many people started to gloat. Lin Ling is arrogant, but he is nothing before Tang Tianshu. At this moment, Lin Ling's brows were tightly knitted. In his dantian, a formless golden flame was raging wildly. The vermilion bird platform was shaking violently, unable to stop the flame. It was as if it had met the king of fire. His vermilion bird flame was 5th grade. Obviously, Tang Tianshu's king physique was above his, and he could use the advantage of the king physique to suppress Lin Ling. When fire met fire, the weak would kneel. Just looking at the king physique, I am not Tang Tianshu's opponent. Seems like I can only rely on this to deal with the formless flames in my dantian. Lin Ling frowned and shouted in his heart, ancient flame devil, swallow that tiny flame. Otherwise, you will never get out. Through this period of exploration, Lin Ling roughly sensed that the ancient flame devil had appeared in his body. However, if it wanted to leave, it needed his permission. Roar! In his dantian, the sleeping ancient flame devil opened its eyes. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Ling's order, but in the end, it agreed. Tang Tianshu's king physique was very noble, but how could it compare to the ancient flame devil? An even stranger white flame appeared and swallowed the formless flames. Then the ancient flame devil looked at Lin Ling with disdain and closed its eyes. The formless flames were controlled by Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling happy. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's confident voice was heard. He guessed that Lin Ling had more or less realized how terrifying he was. The surrounding people laughed and waited for a good show. However, at this moment, Lin Ling stood up straight and stretched out his right hand. On his finger a golden flame jumped. You don't have the right to play with fire in front of me. What? The crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible. Tang Tianshu stood up in disbelief. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his king physique was more noble than Lin Ling's. He wanted to use the formless flames to suppress Lin Ling, but he failed. This was beyond his logic. Pa! Lin Ling clenched his right hand and the golden flame was crushed. I came here to challenge Dan Luofan. There was a rule before that those who passed the assessment could accept the challenge. Did Exquisite Valley's rules change because of you? Or do you think you are the chief disciple of Exquisite Valley? Also, don't use your trash flame to provoke me. You. Tang Tianshu's face was extremely ugly. He had used his king physique to suppress Lin Ling, but it had been broken by Lin Ling. This made him lose face for the Great Tang Empire. Most importantly, if they really fought, Lin Ling was not his match. Only Lin Ling had a lowly king physique. How could he break his noble bloodline? For a time he was silent, as if he had no right to speak. Lin Ling, you said you wanted to challenge Dan Luofan, but are you an alchemist of the 7 Profound Martial House? At this moment, Su Fan's voice sounded from the other side. The crowd also began to discuss. Exquisite Valley was a holy land for alchemy. It was related to the entire 7 Profound Martial House's alchemy. Therefore, besides alchemists and elders, outsiders were not allowed to enter. They were not allowed to provoke an alchemist. Otherwise it would be a violation of Exquisite Valley's rules. Lin Ling frowned. The reason he could enter here was because Gu Sushua had brought him in. From now on, he will be the disciple of Elder Long Dan. So, he has the qualifications. At this moment a majestic voice sounded in the square, causing countless people's pupils to constrict. It had to be known that Exquisite Valley was divided into 2 great alchemy camps. They were respectively controlled by Elder Long Dan and Elder Hu Ding. Although these 2 great alchemy grandmasters longed to meet an alchemy genius, they did not allow an ordinary alchemist to enter their camp. The minimum requirement was a 3rd-grade alchemist. But now, Lin Ling had come to Exquisite Valley for the first time, and Elder Long Dan had recognized Lin Ling as his disciple. This Lin Ling was too lucky. Oh. Chapter 724. To challenge Dan Luofan. Old Long Dan, your disciples have failed to live up to your expectations. They don't dare to challenge my Dan Luofan, but now an ignorant junior has appeared, and you actually accepted him as your disciple. Haha, what a joke. Haha. In the stands, Elder Hu Ding suddenly laughed. He knew that Old Long Dan wasn't willing to give up, so he was making a final struggle to regain his lost face. But Old Long Dan wanted to borrow Lin Ling to regain his face? Lin Ling was only a rumored arrogant junior. Did he know how to refine pills? Old Long Dan indifferently smiled, not speaking. But Elder Hu Ding's thoughts weren't wrong. He really wanted to see Lin Ling win glory for him. After all, on his side, there was no one to challenge Dan Luofan. But he could not lose face. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Lin Ling was a bit surprised. He bowed to Old Long Dan. He knew that Old Long Dan hadn't truly accepted him as a disciple, but had only invited him to join Old Long Dan's alchemist camp. But since Old Long Dan had supported him, he would remember this graciousness in his heart. On the spectator stand, Long Dan Lao was stunned. In his impression, Lin Ling was an arrogant and unruly young man. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so polite. So the rumors couldn't be trusted at all. That young man wasn't an arrogant person. Sometimes he was arrogant because he wanted to protect himself. How interesting. Lin Ling, this old man's opinion of you has changed. You are not a fool. Then go ahead and fight. This old man will support you from behind. Old Long Dan laughed. He was starting to like this junior. It had to be known that the waters of the seven profound martial house were very deep, and there were countless powerhouses. Lin Ling was able to obtain the title of Mad God. Naturally, he was a thorn in everyone's side. However, Lin Ling was like a fish in water amongst countless powerhouses, and had not perished. This also showed that Lin Ling was fierce. It also meant that Lin Ling had experienced many things, thus he had a calmness that surpassed his peers. Furthermore, he was well aware of Tang Tianshu's strength and talent. Lin Ling's strength and talent were both inferior, but he was able to break through Tang Tianshu's imperial elixir fire. This meant that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that no one knew about. This elder Long Dan is not bad. It seems that I have come at the right time. Lin Ling chuckled. Long Dan Lao had given him a very benevolent impression. In the square, Tang Tianshu and the others had ugly expressions, especially Su Fan. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. At this critical moment, Lin Ling had actually been valued by Old Xian. This meant that in the seven profound martial house, besides the sword elder, Lin Ling would have another backer. Wait a minute, although you are qualified, may I ask what level of alchemist you are? Su Fan suddenly said. He still wanted to cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling stared blankly for a moment. This was his first time coming to the Valley of Delicacy, and he had never taken the alchemist examination. This made him fall silent. So you're saying that you're an alchemist with no rank? Tang Tianshu coldly sneered. Before, Lin Ling had inexplicably broken through his imperial elixir fire. This caused him to be unable to put down his face. Haha, Lin Ling is not an alchemist. In order to avenge senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan, he actually overestimated himself and came to challenge me? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then roared with laughter. Lin Ling was very arrogant, and this made them somewhat afraid. But this was the Valley of Delicacy, and they pursued alchemy. If someone who did not know alchemy came here, then that would be a joke. Is there a rule that only a high-level alchemist can challenge? Of course, there were some people who supported Lin Ling. These people were Elder Long Dan's disciples. Now that Lin Ling was representing Alchemist Long, they naturally supported Lin Ling. Humph, deliberately mystifying things, you'll lose face. Elder Hu Ding's disciples disdainfully said. Lin Ling looked at Elder Long Dan in the distance and found that the latter was also stunned. But his eyes were still benevolent and full of support. Lin Ling nodded. Of the seven profound martial house's 12 elders besides Elder Jian, this was the first time that Lin Ling had seen a senior who was so kind to him. Since the other party trusted him, then whether it was for himself or for Elder Long Dan, he had to win this pill challenge. Moreover, he had to win beautifully. I say, you trash, can you stop your nonsense? Lin Ling's sarcastic voice sounded out. Now that Elder Long Dan was supporting him, he didn't need to have any scruples. You call us trash? Su Fan's face was ashen. Lin Ling was very arrogant. With Elder Long Dan's support, he dared to directly insult them. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you're not trash, then what are you? Apprentice Su Fan, you're trash. Oh, it should be Elder Su Fan. You're no longer a lofty apprentice. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He didn't care about Su Fan's feelings, so there was no need to give him any face. An 18th young master Tang Tianshu. I don't understand why your skin is so thick. I'm only challenging Dan Luofan, what does it have to do with you? Yet you're lecturing me from a lofty position. Besides your powerful family background, what else do you have? You're nothing but trash that relies on your family background. Lin Ling's aura was magnificent. He coldly said again, causing Tang Tianshu's eyes to fill with resentment. Lin Ling was cursing him. Such an ant, if not for the fact that they were an exquisite valley, he would have killed him with a single move. But now this lowly ant was cursing him. Did he think that he was trash like the dragon monarch? And Dan Luofan, your skin is also very thick. Today is your stage, but I'm sorry, but I won't let you obtain anything. Ignoring Tang Tianshu's anger, Lin Ling looked at Dan Luofan and shouted. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably ugly, full of resentment. Lin Ling was so hateful. He wanted to play him to death. So arrogant, senior brother Dan Luofan, use your pill to defeat him. The disciples on Hu Ding Elder's side shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He didn't intend to offend others, but he wouldn't let Dan Luofan go. If others didn't like him, then let them be. Alright, since you want to challenge, then let's start. On the stands, Hu Ding Elder coldly said, as if he was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Haha. Long Dan Luofan laughed loudly. Most of his disciples were low-key, so it was rare to see someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. But no matter what, today's Lin Ling made him feel proud. Test 8th grade pill. Haha. Su Fan retracted his anger and coldly stared at Lin Ling, as if to emphasize that 8th grade pills weren't something Lin Ling could touch. Alright, no need to show your ignorance. Who here doesn't know 8th grade pills? However, Lin Ling didn't care at all, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth. He shouted again, Dan Luofan used 8th grade disaster pill for the test, then what pill are you going to use for the test? You must tell the 3 great alchemists. Haha. There were many types of 8th grade medicinal pills. Some were easier to pass while others were more difficult. Among the 8th grade medicinal pills, every alchemist would have a type that they were familiar with. Very few would know how to refine all of the 8th grade medicinal pills. That was why Su Fan asked. After all, Su Fan was the elder in charge of announcing the results. He had to remember what pill Lin Ling was going to refine. I wonder what pill Lin Ling will refine. Haha. Chapter 725. Teasing it doesn't matter. Don't worry. However, just as the crowd was waiting expectantly, Lin Ling's soft voice drifted out, causing everyone to be stunned. Was Lin Ling crazy? He actually said it didn't matter. Did he think that he was an alchemy grandmaster? That he could refine any 8th grade pill? Haha, someone who hasn't even participated in a 1st grade pill examination actually says it doesn't matter. In my opinion, he probably can't even refine a 1st grade pill. Old Tiger Cauldron's disciples roared with laughter, thinking that Lin Ling had come here to make a fool of himself. Old Dragon Pill's disciples wryly smiled. They supported Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had to be at least a little bit more reliable. Even Old Dragon Pill could only helplessly shake his head. But the arrow had already been knocked, it had to be released. He could not let Lin Ling give up the challenge. He could only hope that Lin Ling would not lose too much face. Of all the people present, only Dan Luofan did not dare to laugh. He could not laugh because only he knew of Lin Ling's alchemy skills. After all, the matter of the Qin family's pill shop was still deeply engraved in his memory. Lin Ling had always been able to refine pills that even the 7 profound martial house did not have. Therefore, Lin Ling's indifference was not arrogance but confidence. Of course, although he was cautious, he was still confident. As long as he performed well, and Lin Ling was careless, then he would definitely win. If you don't say what pill you want to refine, then it will be difficult for Exquisite Valley to provide the herbs. But since you are so stubborn, then let the examination begin. Su Fan coldly spat out these words. Although many people were laughing at Lin Ling, he always felt that Lin Ling was playing with them. Although this feeling was vague, he somewhat believed it. But his guess was not far from the truth. Since Lin Ling had come here and also had Old Dragon Pill's support, what did he have to fear? If he wanted to win, then he would win beautifully. Wait! Just as Su Fan was about to announce the start of the examination, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth again. What tricks did Lin Ling want to play? Since Linglong Valley is providing the ingredients, I naturally have a request. Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you want? Su Fan became angrier and angrier in his heart. This Lin Ling had previously said that he could refine pills as he pleased, but now he had put forward a condition. This was obviously playing with him. A stool and 3 apples. Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Silence. Linglong Valley became even quieter. They looked at the free and unrestrained youth and suddenly felt that it was a dream. 1 stool and 3 apples? What kind of pill was Lin Ling trying to refine? He had never heard of any kind of medicinal pill that used this kind of medicinal ingredient. Haha. In the stands, Long Danlong could not help but laugh. That little guy was really interesting. Was he playing with everyone? Elder Hu Ding's face was extremely unsightly. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Give it to him." He wanted to see what kind of grade 8 medicinal pill could be refined with a stool, a piece of paper and 3 apples. If it failed, he would definitely suppress Long Dan Lao. As for that arrogant and unruly Lin Ling, he would naturally not let him off. Su Fan suppressed the anger in his heart and brought a stool and 3 apples. Lin Ling waved his hand at him and said, "Put it there. Remember the position and don't put it wrong. Also, have you washed the apples? Do you think I'm a servant?" Su Fan roared. In the past, he was a high and mighty apprentice. However, today, he had to listen to Lin Ling's orders like a servant. "I don't think you're a servant. You are a servant." Lin Ling smiled calmly and shrugged. Su Fan snorted and suppressed his anger. After putting down the stool, he strode back. He knew that if he faced Lin Ling again, he would not be able to suppress the killing intent in his heart and kill Lin Ling. "Oh, I forgot to ask for an orange. Elder Su Fan, can you bring me another orange?" However, Su Fan had only taken a few steps when Lin Ling's voice floated over. Su Fan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then he heard Lin Ling say indifferently, "If you don't have an orange, then forget it. Use an apple." Lin Ling was toying with him again. This Lin Ling is so hateful. In the distance, Dan Luofan's face was ashen. Today was his stage, but because of Lin Ling's interference, he seemed to have become a supporting role. All the alchemists in Linglong Valley seemed to have been toyed with by Lin Ling. Begin. Su Fan finally waved his hand and announced the start of the challenge. Dan Luofan took a deep breath and concentrated. No matter how arrogant Lin Ling was before, as long as he could win, he could make Lin Ling lose face. If he angered Elder Long Danlong, it was possible that Elder Long Danlong would kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had to win. Dan Luofan came in front of an alchemy furnace and closed his eyes slightly. Then he warmed the furnace. He had refined the disaster pill many times, so he had absolute confidence in this pill. All kinds of herbs appeared in his mind, and then he put them one by one into the furnace. The furnace's flames spiraled like a dragon. As expected of senior brother Dan Luofan, his alchemy technique is as smooth as flowing water. Many people looked at Dan Luofan with admiration. Dan Luofan was able to pass the 8th grade exam before, so he naturally had some ability. His perfect technique made Elder Hu Ding smile slightly. He seemed to have seen his side win. Even Su Fan was full of confidence. Then he looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know what kind of pill Lin Ling was refining. However, after a glance, his pupils constricted. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting on a stool, calmly eating an apple. He looked at Dan Luofan and said from time to time, "Well, the timing of the 1,000-bone grass is good. Little Dan, your alchemy level has improved. But, bitter leaf flower, who told you to use it so quickly? Was your head kicked by a donkey?" His voice was not loud, but not only did Su Fan hear it, but the surrounding disciples also heard it. They were all dumbfounded. The stool that Lin Ling had asked for was for him to sit on, while the apple was for him to eat. What made people gnash their teeth the most was that Dan Luofan was already refining pills, while Lin Ling was leisurely eating the apple. He was even giving pointers to Dan Luofan. Was he here to challenge Dan Luofan, or was he here to tease everyone? This guy. Elder Hu Ding's disciples stared at the arrogant Lin Ling, their eyes spitting fire. "Haha, mad god Lin Ling, you're crazy enough." Elder Long Dan's disciples couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was like a big boss. His ridicule not only made Dan Luofan lose face, but also ridiculed Elder Hu Ding. "This little guy, I don't understand what he's doing." Elder Long Dan also laughed. Although Lin Ling seemed unreliable, at least he was helping him teach Elder Hu Ding's disciples a lesson. This seemed to vent his anger. "Elder Su Fan, he's interfering with me." Surprised voices sounded all around. Dan Luofan naturally heard it. After looking around, he couldn't help but vomit blood. Was Lin Ling refining pills? He was toying with him. Little Dan, as an alchemist, you should have no distractions. If others' words can affect you, what kind of pill are you refining? What kind of alchemist are you? Chapter 726. 8 trigrams Heavenly Fire Formation. Dan Luofan realized that offending Lin Ling was really troublesome. Lin Ling seemed to be able to crush him from every angle. Elder Su Fan, he is interfering with me. Dan Luofan roared again. With a boom, because of his anger, he failed to refine the first pill. The pill furnace exploded, and the smoke covered his face. Haha, this is an 8th grade alchemist? Haha. Lin Ling's laughter came out. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Elder Hu Ding's face was ugly. Dan Luofan was so careless that he lost face. You. Haha. Dan Luofan pointed at Lin Ling. He wanted to say that Lin Ling caused his failure, but he didn't know where to start. After all, this was caused by his anger. An alchemist should be calm like water when refining pills. He was provoked by Lin Ling. This was because his state of mind was not enough. Lin Ling. Haha. Su Fan roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. Okay. I was just bored, so I said a few words. And most I won't say anymore. But with little Dan's state of mind, he really needs to continue cultivating. Haha. Lin Ling spread out his hands and continued eating the apple. Everyone's heart trembled. Because he was bored, he said a few words? If Elder Long Dan didn't support Lin Ling, they really wanted to throw Lin Ling out of the sacred Ling Long Valley. In the following time, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He just calmly ate the apple. Lin Ling's silence made Dan Luofan feel like a fish in water. Maybe because of his previous failure, he finally calmed down. He knew that if he wanted to turn the tables and nail Lin Ling to death in Ling Long Valley, he would win. Dan Luofan's alchemical furnace continuously emitted a pill fragrance. The time for Dan Luofan's pills to be produced was approaching, which made him smile proudly. On Long Dan's side, many people frowned. Although Lin Ling had made Dan Luofan lose face, this was a pill challenge. If Lin Ling couldn't refine an 8th grade pill, then everything he had done before would become a joke. What a mysterious little fellow. I hope he's satisfied. Compared to his own disciple, although Elder Long Dan was worried, he also had a trace of confidence. This was because he had a feeling that this youth Lin Ling was not someone who was brave but not astute. He had seemed arrogant before, but the truth was that he was suppressing the momentum of Elder Hu Ding's side. Now it was time for Lin Ling to display his brilliance. A battle of alchemy was like a battle of martial arts. One's aura was also very important. In fact, if 2 alchemy grandmasters were to fight, even if one's alchemy skills were high, one's aura would be weak, and one could still lose. This was because a weak aura would affect one's mentality. Still eating the apple. Many people looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were closed, and he was calmly eating the apple. If Lin Ling wasn't eating the apple, they would have thought that Lin Ling had fallen asleep. In reality, Lin Ling seemed to be eating the apple, but his mind was rapidly thinking. One had to know that his alchemy skills were stronger than Dan Luofan's, but if he wanted to win beautifully, then he had to at least shock the entire audience. Therefore, he was thinking about the next pill he would refine, as well as searching for the limitless Sword Saint's memories. And the true fire pill was the next pill he would refine. 3 apples finished. Finally, Lin Ling stood up, causing the crowd to be stunned. 3 apples? This guy didn't plan on refining the pill after eating 3 apples? Half of the time has already passed. Lin Ling won't make it in time. 8th grade pill ingredients are very difficult to refine. Even my flame needs 3 incense sticks worth of time to warm the furnace. Humph, Lin Ling really knows alchemy? Tang Tianshu disdainfully said. As an alchemist who was even stronger than Dan Luofan, he naturally knew how difficult it was. Many people nodded. 8th grade pills were not ordinary pills, and it was indeed very difficult. Ignoring the doubts around him, Lin Ling walked out step by step. His eyes looked at the pill furnaces in the square, causing the crowd to be puzzled. Was Lin Ling looking for a pill furnace? However, with a rumble, one pill furnace after another was dismantled by Lin Ling and thrown into the distance, causing Su Fan to angrily roar. How long was Lin Ling going to play with them? Su Fan, let him be. At this time, Elder Hu Ding's cold voice sounded. There was still half of the time left, so if Lin Ling wanted to be arrogant, then let him be. When the time was up, let's see what Lin Ling has to say. One pill furnace after another was dismantled, revealing a large open space, causing the crowd to be even more puzzled. They stared at Lin Ling, but in the next moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling was standing in the center of the open space. That arrogant and unruly aura had disappeared, and in its place was a dignified and steady aura. Even Lin Ling was standing there quietly, giving people the feeling that he was an alchemist from ancient times. Long hair fluttering in the wind, an indifferent expression, and a blue and white robe fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling, who had calmed down, attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ling, it's him! Exclamation point. In the distant stands, Gu Sushua's beautiful eyes narrowed. It was that familiar aura. The aura of her former benefactor, the limitless sword saint. 4 Yang hexagram Qian Zhen Ken Zhen. In the open space, Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment his heart was as calm as still water. All the sounds and gazes around the square were completely isolated by him. His hands moved frequently like flowing water. Flame characters appeared one after another, constantly floating in the air before falling to the ground and disappearing from sight. Kuan Sun Li Dui, 14 hexagram. Lin Ling continued to walk. Every time he went to a new direction, he would draw flame characters, causing the crowd to be even more puzzled. What is he doing? Even Elder Long Dan couldn't understand what Lin Ling was doing, deliberately mystifying. Elder Hu Ding's eyes swept over, but he couldn't see through Lin Ling's intentions. Finally, he disdainfully smiled. In his opinion, he was a top alchemist of the 7 profound martial house. If even he couldn't understand, then Lin Ling must be deliberately mystifying and playing with everyone again. However, just as his voice fell, a majestic voice echoed throughout the square. 8 trigram Skyfire Array rise. Bang! In the seemingly empty space, a terrifying flame soared into the sky. Then, a complex and mysterious flame array formation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the square was deathly silent. That is an ancient array formation. Shua shua. In the stands, the 2 Xian elders stood up. As they looked at the gorgeous flame array formation, they felt as if they were in a dream. The Tao of array formations was even more mysterious than the Tao of alchemy. So far, even they only knew a little about it. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would dismantle the pill furnaces in the square in order to lay down a mysterious flame array formation? The Tao of array formations has very strict requirements for soul force. This boy's soul force is truly terrifying. Long Danlong's heart trembled. At the start, he had supported Lin Ling because Lin Ling was the only one who dared to challenge Dan Luofan. But now, he discovered that Lin Ling seemed to be a very good seedling on the Tao of alchemy because of his keen soul force. What is he trying to do? Many people stared with wide eyes, stubbornly staring at the calm youth in the square. Even Dan Luofan couldn't help but stop refining pills. His face was red and blue, as if he had been deeply humiliated. Today was his stage and he was about to bloom. But at this critical moment, Lin Ling had once again become a dazzling star, stealing away his light. But soon he coldly smiled. Lin Ling had laid out an ancient array formation. This was just a deliberate mystification. They were competing in alchemy. Oh. Chapter 727. Pill Tribulation Descends. Spiritual Yang Fruit, Heavenly Sound Flower, Music Stone, Divine Mud, Fire Poison Fruit. Lin Ling was focused as a large amount of herbs flew out from his green ring. Many of the rare herbs made the 2 Xian elders gasp. No wonder Lin Ling didn't need the herbs from Linglong Valley. Lin Ling had them himself, and they were all very precious. However, what was Lin Ling trying to do by throwing so many spiritual herbs into the formation? Moreover, there didn't seem to be any grade 8 pills that required so many herbs. The more curious they were, the more confused they were. Even the 2 Xian elders felt the same. They couldn't understand Lin Ling. Interesting. However, what is he doing with the ancient array? Sigh. Long Dan elder picked up the teacup beside him, and was about to drink it to calm himself down. However, he suddenly stopped as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. using the array as a furnace. Along with the thought in his mind, the square went silent for a moment. Then a huge fire surged out. Fire dragons flew back and forth, shaking the whole square violently. The place turned into a sea of fire, and the dragons formed the 8 trigrams. That's right, the 8 trigrams fire array, which came from the Wuji Sword Saint's memory, made a shocking appearance. Bang! The teacup in Long Dan Elder's hand shattered, spilling tea all over his hand. However, he didn't seem to notice it as he looked at the square in fear. Using the array as a furnace? The crowd was shocked. They could faintly see a huge 8 trigrams furnace in the flames. Sizzle! 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 The herbs that were thrown into the array started to melt under the scorching flames, making the crowd's heart beat faster. Impossible! Sizzle! Dan Luofan and Tang Tianshu shouted at the same time. They thought that Lin Ling didn't have enough time to refine the herbs. However, who knew that Lin Ling's mysterious array could speed up the refinement of the herbs and save half of the time? To them, this was completely impossible. However, was it impossible? When Lin Ling was in the extreme ice palace in the realm of clouds, he had already tried the method of refining pills without a cauldron. It was a method left behind by his mother. The array came from the memories of the limitless sword saint, and Lin Ling had already tried to set it up, so it was not difficult to set it up. Refining several types of pills at the same time, Lin Ling had tried many of them. Nothing is impossible. An enormous amount of soul force gushed out, covering the entire ancient array formation. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced, controlling the spirit grasses within the array formation. A hot wind blew, causing countless people to stop breathing. At this moment, the young man's temperament changed. He was calm, and the aura of a grand scholar was even more obvious. It's his scent. In the distance, Gusu Shue's eyes were moist. She thought she would never see her master again, but in this youth she saw the shadow of that master once more. It was the senior limitless sword saint who had helped her in the past. You're crazy. How is it possible to forcefully purify the spirit grasses without separating them? Hu Ding Elder glared at the square and couldn't help but roar. With his level of alchemy, he could simultaneously refine the spirit grasses. But this youth below was only 20 years old, and yet he could also do it. This surpassed Hu Ding Elder's understanding. Nothing is impossible. If one soul force is strong enough to cover all the spirit grasses, then they can be controlled. Elder Longdan looked down with interest. He then said, in addition to his perfect control over fire, this Lin Ling's alchemy level and potential surpasses your 18th young master Tang Tianshu. You! Hu Ding Elder roared. Before, when Dan Luofan rose up, he had been proud of himself. But now, Elder Longdan was even prouder than him. Chi-Chi. In the center of the square, the flame was like a dragon, and the 8 trigrams were like a mirror. In the huge array, countless spirit grasses turned into pearl-like existences. Then, under the control of Lin Ling's soul force, they separated and fused together, forming different colored pellets. In front of the array, Lin Ling's face was dignified. He had refined many of these pellets before, but to refine so many of them at once, he had to be more focused. Heavens! He seems to be refining the spirit grasses at the same time. The crowd's heart trembled again. At first, they were curious as to why Lin Ling would put the spirit grasses into the array at the same time. But now they understood. Lin Ling was crazy. Not only was he refining the spirit grasses at the same time, but he was also refining several different kinds of spirit grasses. Crazy! Dan Luofan's face was ashen. Lin Ling had become the most dazzling light in Linglong Valley. Dan Luofan's glory had been taken away by Lin Ling, making him a supporting character. Amazing, refining several kinds of spirit grasses at the same time without using a cauldron. This kind of technique is simply unprecedented. Elder Longdan's disciples cheered. At this moment they felt that Lin Ling's craziness was cute. Hu Ding Elder's disciples were silent. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They were mocking Lin Ling for daring to refine spirit grasses without even passing a spirit grasses test. But now Lin Ling was telling them that he couldn't refine 8th grade spirit grasses without passing a spirit grasses test? He's about to succeed. He's making such a big fuss. He might not be able to refine 8th grade spirit grasses. It must be some low-grade spirit grasses. At this time someone shouted. Many people nodded. Indeed, with such a dazzling technique, if he couldn't refine 8th-grade spirit grasses, then everything was just empty talk. Dan Luofan heard those voices and his heart was filled with confidence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time dark clouds rolled in the sky. A bolt of lightning shot towards the array like a dragon, shocking everyone to the point that their ears were ringing. According to legends, some spirit grasses violated the rules of heaven and earth. The moment the spirit grasses were formed, they would be punished by heaven and earth, not allowing the spirit grasses to exist in the world. As for spirit grasses that could cause heaven and earth to tremble, 1. They had to be of a high grade. 2. The spirit grasses had to be at least of the earth grade. Everyone was speechless. That was a pill tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, another bolt of lightning smashed down from the sky. Heaven and earth spirit grasses rolled and dark clouds covered the sky. Another pill tribulation, and it's a yellow lightning. The crowd was shocked. Pill tribulations could be small or large, and they were differentiated by the color of the lightning in the sky. It was said that the most terrifying tribulation would be 9-colored lightning. It was a tribulation lightning formed by 9 different colors. Not to mention spirit grasses, even martial artists would find it hard to resist. And now Lin Ling's lightning was yellow. This meant that one of the spirit grasses had reached a very high grade, perhaps even a heaven grade spirit grasses. A heaven step pill, even if it was a very low grade one, there were very few people present who could refine it. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling had just touched upon the path of alchemy, and was already able to refine a heaven step reversion pill, then they wouldn't be so surprised. That ancient array formation is too fierce. It can actually block the pill tribulation. Then many people's eyes widened. They were incomparably envious of that ancient array formation. The 8 trigrams ancient flame array. If they could arrange an array formation, then they wouldn't need a pill furnace. They could refine spirit grasses anywhere. However, they didn't know that this ancient array formation came from the limitless sword saint. It was something that the 7 profound martial house didn't have. Where did Lin Ling learn this ancient array formation to refine pills? Chapter 728. Losing the Heart of Alchemy 8 trigrams Heavenly Fire Array Seal. On the square, the young man's indifferent voice resounded. Rumble. Under countless gazes the gorgeous flame runes trembled. Countless fire dragons and vermilion birds flew towards the ground. 8 huge words appeared on the ground. Qianzhen Ken General Qianzhen Ken Zhen. Those words were condensed from flames and were incomparably dazzling. However, they gradually dimmed. At the same time, pills shot down like meteors. The pills are done. Many people narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling waved his hands and a large number of jade bottles flew out, storing the elixirs that had turned into rainbow-colored lights one by one. Some of the elixir bottles even swayed after the elixirs were stored inside, as though there was a spirit sealed inside. Watching him refine is pleasing to the eye. Many people said in admiration. They had no choice but to be convinced. Lin Ling's refining process was too dazzling and smooth. It was not an ordinary refining method, but an unprecedented refining method. At this moment, many young female alchemists quietly looked at Lin Ling. Their beautiful eyes were filled with vigor. At the beginning, they also thought that this young man was too arrogant and disdained him. As alchemists, they didn't care about how strong the other party was. What they cared about was the other party's level of alchemy. But now they didn't think that Lin Ling was arrogant. A talented alchemist was not arrogant, but proud. Lin Ling, I didn't expect his level of alchemy to be so high. Senior Dan Luofan can't compare to him. And now I realize that he's so handsome. Low voices sounded, making Dan Luofan, who was like a supporting character in the square, feel even more humiliated. The time hasn't ended yet. AI, if I knew this would happen, I would have eaten another apple. Little Dan, how's your pill? On the square, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. After putting away the pills, he looked at Dan Luofan and asked, Little Dan. Lin Ling called Dan Luofan Little Dan and stepped on Dan Luofan's pride. This made many people laugh. Compared to Lin Ling's dazzling performance, Dan Luofan was indeed like a little Dan. Lin Ling actually ate 3 apples before he started to refine. Subsequently, many people cried out in surprise. Only now did they notice that Lin Ling's level of alchemy had already reached the point of perfection. Not long after, the time limit was finally over. Dan Luofan had also successfully concocted the pill. He was somewhat nervous. The moment of life and death had arrived. Although Lin Ling had humiliated him and concocted a pill for pill tribulation, who knew if it was real or not? Only after the examination would everything be known. 8th grade disaster pill pass grade reached mystic grade. The pills dance pills grade pills dance. The pill was divided into the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. To be able to reach the pill meant that his pill was better than an ordinary one. Then Dan Luofan looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was already sitting on a stool. Aware of Dan Luofan's gaze, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and said, "Not bad, you've made some progress. You are worthy of being called Little Dan." That tone, that arrogant appearance, Lin Ling was like Dan Luofan's master, as if he were praising Dan Luofan. "Lin Ling, don't be too proud. If your pill is inferior to mine, I will make it so that you won't be able to survive in the 7 profound martial house." Dan Luofan's neck was red with anger. He is trying to provoke you. Don't be influenced by him. Results decide everything. At this time, Su Fan coldly said. Dan Luofan coldly snorted and put away the anger in his heart. However, at this time, Lin Ling's light voice floated over. "Su Fan, how can you be a servant? I've been sitting here for so long, and you haven't taken out an apple to entertain your master. Could it be that you don't want to be an elder anymore?" "Lin Ling, you." Su Fan had just comforted Dan Luofan and told him not to be impulsive. But in the next moment, he also couldn't restrain the anger in his heart. Lin Ling was too despicable. Haha, this kid is arrogant and unbridled in one moment, calm and collected in the next moment, like a hedonistic young master in the next moment. He really wears many layers of masks. On the grandstand, Elder Long Dan chuckled. Then, he turned to the 3 examiners and said, "Let's begin." Bottles of pills were opened one after another. Radiance blossomed, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. The pupils of the 3 examiners narrowed. They actually couldn't tell what kind of pill the first pill was. Instantly, their expressions turned ugly. First True Fire pill and 8th grade pill. The 7 profound martial house doesn't seem to have this kind of pill. Lin Ling's dull voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had actually refined a pill that the Exquisite Valley didn't have. This was too terrifying. In fact, the first True Fire pill came from the Limitless Sword Saint, and the 7 profound martial house really didn't have it. Although this pill was the same rank as the disaster pill, because it was rare, it was superior to Dan Luofan's disaster pill. "Little Dan, why are you so nervous?" Lin Ling looked at Dan Luofan. At this moment, Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. It seemed that he had lost with the first pill. Although the 7 profound martial house doesn't have a pill, this is an 8th grade pill examination, not a test of the rarity of the pill. At least my 8th grade disaster pill is a profound grade pill. But soon, Dan Luofan wanted to regain some face for himself. Little Dan, your attitude is very bad. An alchemist must be humble. How can you be proud and complacent just because you refined a profound grade pill?" Lin Ling's lazy voice sounded out. His tone was just like Dan Luofan's master. Attitude? Many people laughed. Lin Ling seemed to be even more arrogant than Dan Luofan. How arrogant? He actually dared to say that Dan Luofan's attitude wasn't good. This master was actually quite decent. He should teach a lesson, but senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan had lost some face. This medicinal pill is the disaster pill. At this moment, the 3 examiners opened the second bottle of pills, and then their bodies trembled. Lin Ling can also refine the disaster pill? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could actually refine Dan Luofan's masterpiece. They were all surprised. Only Dan Luofan wasn't surprised. When he was at the Qin family's pill workshop, he already knew that Lin Ling could refine the disaster pill. But could Lin Ling's disaster pill compare to his? Earth grade disaster pill. But in the next moment, the 3 examiners were shocked. Plop! Dan Luofan's pupils constricted. His legs went soft and he sat down. He had only refined a profound-grade disaster pill, but Lin Ling had refined an earth-grade pill. Lin Ling had used Dan Luofan's strongest domain to defeat him. Lin Ling could also refine the disaster pill, and it was even better than Dan Luofan's. Impossible, impossible. Dan Luofan shook his head continuously. He had spent the most effort on refining the disaster pill, and that was his pride. But now his pride had been defeated, and he even doubted himself. Alchemy was the same as martial arts. It had its own alchemy Tao. If one's alchemy Tao collapsed, then they would lose confidence in themselves and think that any pill would fail, never to recover from this setback. Serves you right. When you thought you were a high and mighty alchemist, you lost your own alchemy Tao. Chapter 729. The struggle for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was not surprised that he had defeated Dan Luofan. This was because he already knew that his alchemy skills were higher than Dan Luofan's, but he did not show it off. If it weren't for Dan Luofan, he would not have come to Nimble Valley today. Dan Luofan was an arrogant alchemist. Killing him would not allow him to recognize himself. Therefore, defeating him in his proudest field was the best counterattack. When Dan Luofan had used pills to frame Lin Ling, he had already taken half a step into this fate. Senior apprentice brother Dan has lost. The crowd secretly sighed. This scene was like a dream. After all, not long ago Dan Luofan was the most dazzling star. His arrogance made it so that no alchemist dared to challenge him. But after Lin Ling appeared, Dan Luofan was constantly humiliated by Lin Ling, and finally was defeated like a stray dog. Lin Ling is taking revenge, some people secretly said. They guessed that Dan Luofan had wanted to kill Lin Ling but had failed. Finally, this was the result. Dan Luofan was very sad. The next one is. The three examiners looked at Lin Ling, their complexions still ugly. They still could not understand the third bottle of pills. The crowd's hearts trembled. Another pill that they could not understand? Sir, what pill is this? One of the examiners hesitated for a moment before asking for advice. Su Fan's pupils shrank. These examiners were the highly respected second 36 examiners of the 7 Profound Martial House. Their status was above his, but today they were humbly asking for advice from Lin Ling. This huge contrast made him feel very unreal. Lin Ling was just an insignificant ant. How could he reach this step? The 8th grade Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill has a powerful effect of restoring spiritual energy and increasing the limits of the human body. The main ingredient is the Yang Spirit fruit. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had refined quite a few of these pills. He had prepared them for future battles because they could quickly restore his spirit chi. As for the pill recipe, he had obtained it in the ancient tomb. Yang Spirit fruit TSK amazing. This pill can probably restore the spirit energy of a royal spirit realm cultivator. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Other things aside, just the Yang Spirit fruit alone was enough to show how rare this medicinal pill was. Next is the Heavenly Capital Bright River pill, which is used by Emperor Spirit Realm and Saint Spirit Realm cultivators to cleanse their spiritual energy. Lin Ling calmly said. As expected, the entire square sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of pill was something that the 7 Profound Martial House did not have. Next is the Heaven and Earth Fortune pill. It can change a person's innate king physique. With the Heaven and Earth Fortune fruit as the main ingredient, after refining the pill and swallowing it, the chance of obtaining a fortune is even greater. Chi. Hearing that voice, the square was in an uproar. As alchemists, they had naturally heard of the world's fortune fruit. It could change a martial artist's king body. However, this was the first time they had heard of it being refined into a pill. They were afraid that it could change a martial artist's king body even more. The 5 Souls Borrowing Ghost pill allows martial artists who cultivate the ghost attribute to have the ability to communicate with the power of ghosts and gods. Ancient Flame Guidance pill can borrow the flames of the desolate beast Ancient Flame Devil for a short period of time. It is a devil within flames. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. These pills were all refined for himself. After he finished speaking, he looked at the distant Tang Tianshu. Ancient Flame Guidance pill. Although the flames that come from this pill do not belong to the master, It is at least stronger than some lowly fire attribute innate king physique. You're talking about me? Tang Tianshu's face was incomparably cold. Before, he had used his fire attribute innate king physique to roll over Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling's innate king physique was a lowly innate king physique. But now Lin Ling had actually said that his innate king physique was lowly. Moreover, he had a conjecture that Lin Ling had not feared his majesty of fire. Could it be that he had borrowed the power of the ancient flame guidance pill? I'm talking about a dog. Whoever answers me is the dog. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain, and then no longer paid attention to him. The square was still silent. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. At this moment the glory belonged to Lin Ling. For the first time in 1,000 years, such a freak had appeared in Linglong Valley. Demonic genius. Not only is his refining technique amazing, his pills are rare, even his ingredients are rare. What a demonic genius. On the high platform, Elder Long Dan could not help but say, Lin Ling's level of alchemy seemed to have opened up a new world for Linglong Valley. An alternative refining method and pill were born. Even Elder Hu Ding was looking at Lin Ling at this moment. Although this junior was very arrogant, it had to be said that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was better than all of his disciples. To open up a new path and create a new path, this was one of the essential qualities of an alchemist. Dan Luofan scram. Elder Hu Ding looked at Dan Luofan and said. He had liked this disciple before, but after Lin Ling's arrival, he was constantly humiliated by Lin Ling. This made him feel that Dan Luofan did not have the necessary attitude of an alchemist. This made him feel even more embarrassed. Master. Dan Luofan's eyes were red. He had lost his pride, and had become the laughingstock of Linglong Valley. From now on, he would truly lose all standing and reputation. As an alchemist, I am not afraid that your skill is not high. What I am afraid of is that your mentality is unstable. Moreover, you have already lost the pride of an alchemist. You are incompatible with Linglong Valley. From now on, Linglong Valley will not welcome you. Elder Hu Ding said again, making Dan Luofan feel as if he had lost his soul. Lin Ling coldly looked at him. Dan Luofan had met his end. He was not stupid enough to sympathize with Dan Luofan. After all, if his level of alchemy was not high, then he would have been crippled by Dan Luofan in the restaurant. At that time, who would sympathize with him? Of course not. Instead, it would attract even more ridicule and suppression. And when he returned to the Seven Profound Martial House, Dan Luofan would have used pills as a reward to destroy him. If his strength had not increased, then he would have been crippled. Therefore Dan Luofan deserved it. Sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but sins of one's own making are the worst. Lin Ling coldly said, causing Dan Luofan's eyes to turn red. But in the end he did not resist. He regretted his actions. In fact, he had many opportunities to make Lin Ling let him go. But he had not cherished them and had continued to commit all sorts of evil deeds. It was only when he had lost everything that he discovered just how wrong he had been. Lin Ling, your talent is very fierce. You have everything that an alchemist needs. At this time in the stands, Elder Hu Ding looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Elder Long Dan's pupils shrank, and an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Now that Elder Hu Ding had lost, he should have been angry out of shame. But Elder Hu Ding did not. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a doting look in his eyes. Elder Hu Ding, don't go too far. Elder Long Dan roared. But Elder Hu Ding only faintly smiled. You didn't teach him anything, so what qualifications do you have to care? The crowd was puzzled. Just what were these two Elder Xians competing for? Lin Ling also frowned. Could it be that he had caused Elder Hu Ding to lose face, so Elder Hu Ding wanted to erase him? For a time his heart became dignified. But in the next moment Elder Hu Ding laughed. He looked at Lin Ling with an even more doting look. Lin Ling, are you interested in coming to my side? What? Elder Hu Ding and Elder Long Dan are fighting over Lin Ling? What? The crowd was stunned, their hearts fiercely trembling. Chapter 730. King Body Upgrade in Your Dreams. Lin Ling, don't listen to him. Come to me, I have the final say in Linglong Valley. You don't need to bow to anyone in Linglong Valley, and I will tell my disciples that seeing you is like seeing me. So come to me." Elder Longdan's anxious voice spread out. Everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ling. "I have the final say in Linglong Valley, not that old ghost. Lin Ling, come to me, I will personally guide you in alchemy. If you want any spirit herbs, just ask." Elder Hu Ding was even more anxious than Elder Longdan. Lin Ling's eyes widened, so they didn't want to make things difficult for him, but actually wanted to steal him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, you are both seniors, I respect you greatly, but don't compete. I will come to Linglong Valley often." "All right." Lin Ling didn't want to offend either side, so he could only reply like this. Good, but remember when you come to Linglong Valley you have to find me, don't pay attention to that black-faced old man." Elder Hu Ding didn't want to be outdone. "When you come to find me, the first one you come to is me." "All right." Lin Ling smiled bitterly, then shook his head and said, "Thank you, Elder Longdan. I saw that Elder Longdan seemed to like the 8 trigrams Heaven Fire formation very much. That formation actually has a flaw, it can only refine level 8 to level 9 pills, any higher the flame power is not enough. If Elder Longdan doesn't mind, I want to tell you about the formation." "All right." Elder Longdan's eyes lit up. He was incomparably excited. Although his level of alchemy was higher than Lin Ling's innovation moved his heart. As a Grandmaster of Alchemy, as long as it was related to alchemy, he would be interested in it. Elder Hu Ding didn't want to give up. He was also very interested. He rubbed his hands and said, "Lin Ling, when you have time, can you also give me some pointers?" "All right." His attitude was somewhat shameless, causing many disciples in the plaza to be stunned. Was this their respected Grandmaster of Alchemy? In fact, they didn't know that the two elders had been competing for many years. Now that Elder Longdan wanted to learn a new alchemy method, Hu Ding Elder naturally didn't want to be at a disadvantage. In order to prevent Elder Longdan from being proud in front of him in the future, he also wanted to learn it. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly looked at Su Fan and said, "Elder Hu Ding, there's a disobedient servant here. Shouldn't we drive him out?" Elder Hu Ding's eyes lit up. Earlier, Elder Hu Ding had helped Lin Ling, so Lin Ling had to repay the favor. Elder Hu Ding hadn't helped Lin Ling, so he naturally couldn't learn about ancient formations. But now Lin Ling had given him a chance, so he owed Lin Ling a favor. "Su Fan, do you want to get out? Or would he be chased out?" The Nimble Valley was the world of the two elder Xians. This was a sacred place for refining pills. Everything was decided by the elder Xian. Even if the palace master was here, he would not dare to be too arrogant. Su Fan's pupils widened. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Lin Ling, what a lucky bastard. Not only had he defeated Dan Luofan with his extraordinary alchemy skills, but he had also obtained the favor of the two elder Xians. This meant that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had the support of 3 elder Xians. Before, Lin Ling had become the mad god, and had gained a firm foothold. But now he had gained a firm foothold. Even if Su Fan wanted to move against Lin Ling, it would be even more difficult. "Get out!" Elder Hu Ding's angry roar sounded out. It was like the roar of the king of beasts. That billowing aura blew Su Fan away like a gourd. Haha! Many people laughed. For a dignified elder to lose face like this was an incomparably rare occurrence in the 7 profound martial house. "Thank you, Elder Hu Ding." Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had gained another backer in the 7 profound martial house. Not only that, but this backer was in charge of the 7 profound martial house's pills. Like this, he wouldn't have to be like before, where everyone would make things difficult for him. Oh, Lin Ling had become the disciple of 2 great pill masters, Elder Xian, and could freely enter Exquisite Valley. This news quickly spread throughout the 7 profound martial house. Countless people were shocked. Mad God Lin Ling was fierce. Like this, there were even fewer people that dared to offend Lin Ling. Even the martial house master received this news, and his heart instantly turned cold. His disciple, the second dream, had thought that Lin Ling was the greatest hidden danger, and he had thought that it was the D bloodline Sakura, because the latter had a terrifying bloodline. But now his thoughts were somewhat shaken. Lin Ling's talent could not compare to Sakra's, but he seemed to have something that Sakra did not have. Perhaps this was the most terrifying thing. Like this Lin Ling was no longer an ant. Oh, to be able to freely enter Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling naturally would not waste such an opportunity. What he needed to do now was to raise his king body by a level. After all, he had seen in Exquisite Valley that if his king body was at a low level, others could easily crush him. If it wasn't for the ancient flame demon, then he would have lost face. Next, he needed to learn all of Exquisite Valley's 8th grade pill recipes, and simultaneously refine pills. Soon he would return to the Cloud Domain. At that time, he would be able to give the pills to the Fire Ancient clan. This trip to Exquisite Valley was quite good. Lin Ling smiled again. In Exquisite Valley, he had refined many pills for himself. Among them, the Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill was the best. It was refined by borrowing the 9-tailed Ancient Flame Demon's flames from his Dantian. It allowed him to possess the Ancient Flame Demon's flames for a short period of time. Although it was only a small portion, it still increased his strength by 10%. In addition, the 100-flower sun pill was also a rare pill. After all, the main ingredient was the Yang spirit fruit. It could allow Lin Ling to quickly restore his spiritual energy. It was much better than many pills that could restore spiritual energy. In Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, holding a fiery red pill in his hand. It was the 1st shade True Fire pill. Currently, he had the 5th shade True Fire, which was the source of all of his true intent of fire. If he could attain the 6th shade True Fire, then his foundation of true intent of fire would reach 60%. If he used the Great Vermilion Bird's Flames Blazing Sun, then it would reach 70%. In addition to half a step to 70% true intent of sword, Lin Ling's strength would increase greatly, and he would be more qualified to fight those above his level. Many people did not know why Lin Ling was able to fight those above his level, but only he knew. It was because he had developed in all aspects, and his foundation was incomparably solid. After that, Lin Ling swallowed the pill, and a scorching hot aura spread throughout his Dantian. Pa pa pa! The flames burned, turning everything around Lin Ling into ashes. From afar, one could only see a blood-red flame burning. With the experience of swallowing the 1st shade True Fire pill, Lin Ling was more familiar with the process this time. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Ling's essence, energy, and spirit were undergoing the tempering of the flames. A person's essence, energy, and spirit were formless and colorless, but flames could still burn them. This was the characteristic of the 1st shade True Fire pill. After that, Lin Ling began to feel tired. His spirit was unbearable, and he had no strength left. Of course, this effect was much better than the last time he swallowed it. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Around his body, 6 balls of fire appeared and floated. Each ball of fire represented the 1st shade. And in his Dantian, the Vermilion Bird Dao platform was even clearer. 6th grade talent king body. King. Chapter 731. Bitter Calamity Mountain. After that, Lin Ling stabilized his cultivation and went to Elder Longdan's alchemy place without stopping. Linglong Valley was divided into 2 alchemy camps, Elder Longdan and Elder Huding. Their alchemy places were naturally different, and the alchemy methods were also different. Bitter Calamity Mountain. This was where Elder Longdan stored his alchemy recipes. It was a magical place. The mountain was high into the clouds, and the surroundings were covered by gray clouds. It was as if one was in the starry sky, and the glittering starry sky was filled with alchemy recipes. At the top of the mountain, a large number of alchemists gathered there to learn alchemy skills. Elder Longdan's alchemy recipes were never hidden, but publicly announced. If one wanted to learn, they could go. However, not everyone could learn it easily. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Are you a new disciple? Hello. When Lin Ling arrived at the top of the mountain, a woman wearing a patterned robe looked at him. Her voice was dignified. This woman's robe was embroidered with alchemy furnaces, and her long hair was tied behind her head. She had a valiant aura, but her attitude was a little strict. Lin Ling smiled. Senior sister, I'm new. Hello. How dare a new disciple come to the top of the mountain? Aren't there many 5th and 6th grade alchemy recipes at the foot of the mountain? Go down immediately. The woman said indifferently. Lin Ling frowned. Elder Long Dan had told him before that he could enter Linglong Valley freely. Now, he wanted to learn alchemy recipes, but the other party seemed to have stopped him. Is Elder Long Dan here? Lin Ling did not mind and asked again. Master is studying alchemy. How can he care about a junior like you? I'm the senior sister here. Go down immediately. If you don't blame me for being impolite. The woman frowned. This young man did not know the rules. He was just a new disciple, but he wanted to see Master. He did not understand himself at all. Moreover, she was Master's favorite disciple. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble in front of her. This was too arrogant. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this woman to be so domineering. He sized her up again and guessed that she should be the eldest senior sister type, or perhaps a disciple that Long Dan doted on. Therefore, he did not refute her forcefully. After all, Elder Long Dan had been very good to him, so he had to give face to Elder Long Dan's disciple. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't a difficult person to get along with. He didn't really care about some small difficulties. All right, then I'll wait for Senior Long Dan at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ling smiled and left. The red-robed woman frowned even more. That young man had actually left without paying his respects. Furthermore, who did he think he was? Waiting for his master at the foot of the mountain? Right now, his master was still studying the newly acquired array formation and had no time at all. Even if he had time, he wouldn't have bothered with that junior. Stop! The red-robed woman shouted angrily, causing many of the disciples who were studying alchemy recipes to look over. Their pupils suddenly constricted. Senior apprentice Sister Hong has been guarding the bitter tragedy mountain all this time. She doesn't know Lin Ling at all. Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. In other places of the 7 profound martial house, they could not give face to Lin Ling. But in Nimble Valley they could not. Several days ago, Lin Ling had blossomed with a dazzling light. His alchemy skills were so unique that the 2 elder Xian adored him to no end. In order to compete for Lin Ling was sometimes below the 2 elder Xian in Nimble Valley. Senior apprentice Sister Hung, a disciple shouted out, wanting to warn the red-robed woman. However, the red-robed woman had great prestige in the bitter tragedy mountain. She turned around and glared at them, causing those disciples to not dare to speak. In bitter tragedy mountain, one could offend Elder Long Dan. After all, the latter was highly respected and would not care about trivial matters. But senior apprentice Sister Hong, could not. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? If you take another step, you will never come back to study alchemy recipes again, and you will never be able to step into the bitter tragedy mountain. The woman called Hong angrily shouted. This caused Lin Ling to be even more startled. Because he did not bow, the other party was dissatisfied with him? But after he came to the bitter tragedy mountain, the other party was not polite at all. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Because of Elder Long Dan's face, he did not want to bother with her. Don't. I was just looking for you. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded out from the top of the mountain. Countless people looked up and saw that in the distant gray clouds, a figure was crossing the sky. Because he was anxious, he ran very fast, causing his loose robes to make flapping sounds. Elder Long Dan. Everyone respectfully saluted. However, Elder Long Dan did not pay attention to them. Instead, he chased after Lin Ling. These days, he had been studying the 8-trigram Skyfire array. He wanted to learn it as soon as possible and then suppress that Elder Hu Ding. But who would have thought that in the process of learning there would be a problem? There were some rhythm of the array that he could not figure out. Therefore, he wanted to ask for Lin Ling's help. Although with his status, asking for Lin Ling's help was somewhat unsightly, when he thought about how he could suppress Elder Hu Ding, he did not care so much. Moreover, he was not the only one asking for Lin Ling's help. Elder Hu Ding was also asking for help, so there was even less of a problem of not being able to put down his face. Don't go. Did I bump into you? How can you leave? Elder Long Dan anxiously shouted again, causing the red-robed woman's beautiful eyes to widen. Master did not let that young man leave? But I don't want to leave either. It was that woman who chased me away. Lin Ling's footsteps had already stopped. He first saluted, then helplessly said, Hong didn't you say that you admired the genius alchemist Lin Ling? Now that he is here, you actually want to chase him away? Elder Long Dan looked at the red-robed woman with great astonishment, while Hong Er's body trembled. This ordinary-looking young man was the genius alchemist Lin Ling who shocked Linglong Valley that day? As for Lin Ling, she only knew about him after the incident. But from the mouths of her junior brothers, she knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were unique and superb. She admired him greatly and even wanted to see him with her own eyes. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be chased away by her when he came? For a moment, she bitterly clenched her teeth in regret. Then her face flushed red with embarrassment and she said, Master, how would I know that he was Lin Ling? Then she glared at the disciples behind her. Why didn't you remind me? Haha. Those disciples all smiled bitterly. Would we have dared to remind her? Haha, my Hong is sometimes a little arrogant and a little strict. Lin Ling, don't mind her. She doesn't mean any harm. So please don't leave. I still have many things to ask you. Elder Long Dan had more or less guessed what had happened and smiled. The other party was very polite. Lin Ling didn't care about this and now he didn't care. He smiled and said, It's fine. This is also my fault. I didn't tell you my name at the start. No, I was too unruly. Hong quickly said. Even her face was a little red. Mad God Lin Ling? How was he mad? Lin Ling was like the boy next door. She really didn't know why the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House thought that Lin Ling was mad. Good, I can answer all the questions about the 8 trigram Skyfire array. But for some time, I will be leaving the Seven Profound Martial House. So, Senior Long Dan Long, it would be best if you could ask those questions at once. Lin Ling smiled, causing Long Dan Long to nod in excitement. In his heart, he guessed that Lin Ling would be leaving for some time. After answering his questions, it would be some time before Hu Ding Elder could find Lin Ling. During this time, he could suppress Hu Ding Elder. Oh. Chapter 732. The Second Dream's Invitation. If Lin Ling knew Long Dan Lao's thoughts, he would be even more helpless. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and hurriedly instructed Long Dan Lao on how to set up the array. Long Dan Long nodded continuously. His soul force was extremely powerful, but he didn't know much about ancient arrays. Therefore, even though Lin Ling guided him step by step, he often made mistakes. Sometimes, Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand him. The surrounding disciples wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their bodies were trembling. One of the 12 Xian elders, a highly respected alchemy grandmaster. Even in the Rainforest Holy Land he was famous. Even if he moved his feet, the Rainforest Holy Land would be shaken. But now, he was being reprimanded by Lin Ling like a disciple. This scene was too strange. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Wow. Hong Er's beautiful eyes stared at the young man. Her heart was surging. She believed that Lin Ling wasn't as scary as the rumors said. He was approachable. Moreover, Lin Ling's alchemy skills were so strong, but she had never seen him show off. This Lin Ling was actually very low-key. Dan Luofan's pitiful ending was absolutely his own fault. Lin Ling didn't know what Hong was thinking. After instructing Long Dan Lao, he began to learn the pill recipes floating in the sky. In fact, his level of alchemy was not better than Long Danlong's. In fact, it was much worse. The only difference was that Lin Ling knew the elixir recipes that Long Danlong did not know, and that unique refining method. Lin Ling is learning pill recipes. The alchemists around looked at Lin Ling. They were looking forward to how many pill recipes Lin Ling could learn. Long Dan Lao looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He said to Hong how many pill recipes do you think he can learn? These are 7th and 8th grade pill recipes. They're broad and profound. I guess he can learn more than 100. Hong looked at Lin Ling's back with admiration. 100? You underestimate him too much. Long Danlong said with a faint smile. Then he strode away to study his 8 trigrams heavenly fire formation. Could it be that he wants to break the Bitter Adversity Mountain's record and learn over 300 pill recipes? Hong eyes narrowed. There were many alchemists in Linglong Valley. Other than those who were still learning, there were also many genius alchemists who were ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy roll. However, those alchemists rarely came to Linglong Valley. In the past, there was a truly monstrous alchemist in Kui Mountain, who had once learned 365 types of 8th-grade pill recipes. It was very difficult to concoct an 8th-grade medicinal pill. The refinement of medicinal ingredients, the fusion of medicinal pills, the control of heat, and the production of pills all required a lot of knowledge. One even needed to calculate. To be able to learn more than 300 8th-grade medicinal pill recipes in one go. If that wasn't a monster, then what was? Time passed quietly. On the summit of Bitter Adversity Mountain, all the alchemists were shocked. Lin Ling was still looking at the pill recipes floating in the sky. He didn't seem to be tired at all. Moreover, many of them saw that Lin Ling would sometimes grab a pill recipe from the sky with his right hand and throw it away after a glance. This left them puzzled. After all, most people would grab a pill recipe and then diligently study it. Then they would throw it away. Did this mean that he didn't want to learn the pill recipe? Or was it disdain? Although I admire him a little, his mentality doesn't seem to be good. Hong had also been paying attention to Lin Ling. She discovered that this blue and white robed youth was extremely mysterious. 3 days later, Lin Ling rubbed his somewhat numb temples. Then he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. His study at Bitter Adversity Mountain had ended. Wait, Lin Ling, how many pill recipes have you learned? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Hong couldn't help but ask. All the alchemists looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. How many? I don't remember. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and smiled. Then there should be 300. No, that's not right. If you've forgotten how many you've learned, then it shouldn't be that many. Hong beautiful eyes flashed. Could it be that Lin Ling had studied too many pill recipes and had become stupid? The crowd's eyes also flashed, thinking the same thing. It's not that I've forgotten many, but that I've learned all the pill recipes here. It's just that I've spent a bit too much time on them. However, this is my first time coming to Bitter Adversity Mountain, so I definitely can't compare to you. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. He could sense that this elder senior apprentice sister Hong seemed to be mocking him for spending too much time, but he didn't care. In any case, it was fine as long as he could learn all the pill recipes. However, as his words fell, the entire mountaintop fell silent. He had learned all of them in 3 days? There were countless pill recipes here. Yet Lin Ling had actually learned all of them? Everyone's jaws dropped open, their hearts shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had created the first record of Bitter Adversity Mountain, surpassing that monstrous alchemist who had once been ranked at the top of the proud Son of Heaven decree. Monster! Hong couldn't help but say. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she would say such a thing. But then he was too lazy to care about what others thought of him. If they wanted to laugh at him, then laugh at him. He had to return to the cloud domain. Freak! On the mountaintop, all the alchemists cried out in horror. Lin Ling didn't know that all the alchemists thought of him as a freakish monster. In the distance, Elder Long Dan faintly smiled. He was the only one who wasn't surprised. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's soul force was able to accomplish all of this. Lin Ling was currently the most powerful monstrous alchemist in Exquisite Valley. As for where his limits were, even Elder Long Dan didn't know. After leaving Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling stopped outside the vast valley. His lips curved up in a warm smile. He had been in the rainforest Holy Land for almost a year now. From an ant-like existence, he had gradually become more powerful. He had even established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house. Therefore it was time for his loved ones to come. He had just taken a few steps when a figure blocked in front of Lin Ling. This person was around 20 years old. His face was thin, but his eyes were indifferent. He had one hand behind his back, and his other hand held a black invitation card. You are Lin Ling. Someone told me to give you an invitation card, and that you should go. Come. There was even a touch of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had heard of Mad God Lin Ling's name before. But this person was only ranked 250 on the proud Son of Heaven decree. How arrogant could he be? Who is that person? Lin Ling said with a frown. Look at the invitation card and you will know. The person lightly replied. There was a jade card hanging from his waist. From his appearance, he seemed to be a proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven decree. His strength was good. He was at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm. Okay. I understand. Lin Ling calmly replied. This person's attitude was a bit arrogant, so he didn't need to lower his voice. Humph! The person coldly snorted and left, as if he had completed the task entrusted to him. Lin Ling picked up the invitation card and looked at it. The name on the invitation card was the second dream. Lin Ling was unfamiliar with this person, and didn't understand why they had invited him. But as he continued to read, another name appeared. It was Sakura. The invitation card also stated the purpose of the banquet. The girl called the second dream wanted to announce her love life, so she had invited all the proud sons of heaven to attend. This woman has great prestige. She actually wants to invite all the proud sons of heaven on the proud son of heaven decree. Lin Ling pondered. If Sakura's name wasn't there, then he definitely wouldn't go to this banquet. But the invitation card had Sakura's name. Chapter 733. 100 Proud Sons of Heaven. This matter was related to Sakura, so Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He went to the location. The banquet was held in the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was very large. It was like a city. Naturally, it had its own bustling streets. The banquet was being held at the Sky Universe Palace, the largest restaurant in the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that the person behind the restaurant was one of the 12 Xian elders, and those that were able to enter were all illustrious characters of the 7 Profound Martial House. The second dream is able to invite so many people to the Sky Universe Palace. Her origin is not small. Lin Ling secretly guessed. As he walked down the street, he saw a massive number of disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House. Some of them recognized Lin Ling and avoided him. The name of the mad god was currently famous throughout the 7 Profound Martial House. A moment later, the Sky Universe Palace appeared in front of him. The palace was magnificent and broad. The gate was engraved with gorgeous cloud patterns, and the degree of grandeur was no less than that of Cloud Sea City's imperial palace. Lin Ling's eyes swept around. At this moment, there were no guards at the magnificent palace, but people were entering one after another. In the distance, there were many Moon Guard-level disciples looking on in awe. They didn't dare to take a single step into the Sky Universe Palace. It seemed that if one wanted to enter the Sky Universe Palace, they had to have a certain status. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time there was a rumbling sound in the distance. The clouds in the sky parted, and a gorgeous and dazzling palace appeared from the distant horizon. This palace was carried by 5 beautiful women, and wherever the palace passed, fresh flowers would sprinkle down. The fragrance of the flowers overflowed, and it was incomparably dazzling. The traversing flower palace has appeared. It is the proud son of heaven's 99th ranked Huahuaxia. The crowd's pupils shrank. The 7 Profound Martial House was very large, so it wasn't common to see a powerful proud son of heaven. But the traversing flower palace was the symbol of the proud son of heaven Huahuaxia. Then the palace descended, and a youth in a fiery red robe walked out. His hands were crossed behind his back, and he was handsome and confident. He was like a demon king, and his powerful aura caused everyone around him to be in awe. Huahuaxia, what a rare sight. Have you come out of seclusion? An indifferent voice came from the distance, and a young man in cotton clothes slowly walked over. This young man did not care about his appearance, and as he walked, he drank wine. As he walked, bubbles floated around him and floated into the sky. When the bubbles burst, the smell of alcohol filled the air. It was a very strange power. The young man seemed to have transformed into a wine pot. However, the crowd knew that another genius ranked in the top 100 had arrived. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, a 20-meter-tall giant walked over, causing the street to sway. A jade-like radiance appeared on the surface of the giant's body. As he walked, his body gradually shrank. Obviously, this person's defensive martial arts were extremely strong. The giant spirit king is here too. The crowd was even more shocked. The young man who had returned to his normal appearance was ranked 88th. He was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Plane and had a 7th-level king body. He was extremely terrifying. At the same time, an ear-piercing eagle's cry came from the distance, causing everyone's ears to ring. In the sky, a gigantic golden feathered eagle stirred up the clouds and slowly descended, looking down at the crowd. On the eagle, a young man in embroidered clothes floated down, looking at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Golden feathered eagle, according to legend, it has the bloodline of a vicious beast. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day. It's the fastest flying demonic beast. That must be Jin Pengzi, the genius who came from the North Sea and shone in the last 100 regions competition. The crowd was shocked again. Today, the Sky Universe Palace had welcomed many peerless geniuses. Lin Ling's eyes were shining. Very strong. Were these geniuses ranked above 250? I heard that the second dream is going to announce her lover. I'm looking forward to it. Haha. However, to be worthy of the second dream, he shouldn't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he convince the crowd? Haha. The proud geniuses didn't pay attention to the people around them. They chatted with each other and entered the Sky Universe Palace one after another. As for the others, they could only admire. They simply couldn't enter. Lin Ling frowned. He suddenly felt that the second dream was much larger than he had imagined. It was able to summon so many top geniuses. Moreover, the second dream's sensational announcement seemed to have harmed his big brother. Of course, this was only a guess. After all, whether or not the second dream was his big brother's lover had to be confirmed. This person's face is unfamiliar, and he's only at the early royal spirit realm. He dares to enter the Sky Universe Palace? The top geniuses soon discovered Lin Ling and were curious. After all, every youth that could enter the Sky Universe Palace was famous in the 7 profound martial house. Even the weakest of them was at the middle royal spirit realm. For an early royal spirit realm cultivator to dare enter, this was very abnormal. He should be a new rising junior. I heard that there were several dark horses in the preliminaries of the Proud Son of Heaven tournament. This junior is really full of drive. He wants to surpass us older geniuses. The top geniuses looked at Lin Ling in front of the gate. They didn't try to make things difficult for him. After all, with their seniority, they disdained to do anything. They were just curious. Little Rock, what are you looking at? Don't scare this junior. The genius called Jin Pengzi laughed softly. On his shoulder, the golden feathered rock from before had transformed into the size of an ordinary eagle. It stood majestically on his shoulder, and its sharp gaze was fixed on Little Flame, who was on his shoulder. This youth is called Lin Ling. He is known as the Mad God. He is so arrogant that he doesn't place any other genius in his eyes. At this moment, a light voice sounded out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one speaking was the 18th young master, Tang Tianshu. Although Tang Tianshu wasn't a top genius on the Proud Son of Heaven tournament, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because he was less than 20 years old and came from the Great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. Because of this, Tang Tianshu had the qualifications to enter the Sky Universe Palace. Moreover, many of the older geniuses knew that this Tang Tianshu would surpass many of them in the future. Mad God Lin Ling? An early royal spirit realm cultivator has the qualifications to be arrogant? Golden Rock narrowed his eyes. The others were the same. They were beginning to suspect that this youth dared to enter the Sky Universe Palace. They didn't think that this youth would be the Mad God Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't thought that he would suddenly become the center of attention. He looked at Tang Tianshu and saw a cold smile on the latter's face. Tang Tianshu was pushing Lin Ling into the limelight. The geniuses here were all a cut above the rest. They were all proud and arrogant. How could they submit to a junior like Lin Ling? The second dream? This is hard to guess. According to the rules of the Sky Universe Palace, those who enter must be ranked at least 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven tournament. But this little Lin Ling is only ranked 250. Isn't it embarrassing for us to be together with him? Golden Rock said disdainfully. At first, he didn't care about Lin Ling, but after hearing the name Mad God, he became even more interested. Little Rock, today is a gathering of geniuses. You can't be rude. Even if you see that he doesn't care about you, don't attack him. Yes, Golden Rock said again. Everyone's eyes lit up. They looked at the majestic golden rock and suddenly had a guess. Chapter 734. The First Dark Horso. Suddenly, the golden rock let out a loud and clear cry. It was looking at the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder. The golden rock had a noble bloodline. After seeing Lin Ling's little flame, it naturally wanted to make little flame kneel down and submit. The crowd became even more interested. Jin Pengzi smiled indifferently. Although it was not appropriate for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson due to his seniority, he could use his mount to play with Lin Ling. This would not affect his status. Gigi. However, under countless gazes, little flame on Lin Ling's shoulder widened its eyes. Not only was it not afraid, it even bared its fangs. Many people's eyes narrowed. Demonic beasts should tremble in fear when they see the king of demonic beasts. That little monkey was actually not afraid of the golden rock? One had to know that in the ancient records, the ancestor of the golden rock was one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, the Kuan. It was said that there was a fish in the north. The Kuan was so big that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird and was called a rock. From its origin, one could see how mysterious the golden rock was. As for the little monkey, it looked so gloomy. What kind of noble bloodline did it have? Little flame, we are here to attend the banquet. Don't cause trouble. All right, Lin Ling said indifferently. Little flame on his shoulder waved its fist in dissatisfaction. After that, it fell asleep on Lin Ling's shoulder again. Boom! The golden rock's voice became even louder. However, the little monkey did not seem to have heard it. It even waved its hand in disdain and slept even more soundly. What's going on? Yes. Jin Pengzi frowned. He felt very surprised and embarrassed. Previously, he had proudly ridden the golden-feathered great rock. Everyone was in awe and envy. But now, the little monkey was not afraid of the golden-feathered great rock. It even slept under the pressure of the golden-feathered great rock. This made people doubt the nobility of the golden-feathered great rock. Can you move aside? Yes. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke to the elite sky prides in front of the door. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. He was only at the early Emperor Spirit realm, and yet he dared to ignore them. Not only that, but there were so many people watching. This made it difficult for them to step down. After all, according to the rules of the 7 profound martial house, when the weak saw the strong, they should respectfully bow. Even if they were toyed with by a senior, they should swallow their anger. However, Lin Ling did not. His reaction was calm. Golden Roxy, let me do it. Right at this moment, a voice rumbled like thunder. A tall and sturdy young man walked over and stood in front of Lin Ling. He was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm and was ranked at the 220th position on the prodigy rankings. He was extremely powerful while Lin Ling was only ranked at the 250th position. Lin Ling, how about we compare notes? The young man said as he looked at Lin Ling. The other elite sky prides of heaven faintly smiled. With their seniority, it was not appropriate for them to bully Lin Ling. After all, even if they won, it would be an unfair victory. But this young man was different. After all, this young man and Lin Ling's cultivation were similar, and their rankings were also the same. Also, they wanted to see just how strong Mad God Lin Ling was. Did he have the qualifications to be so arrogant? Thunder Lord Ing. As the crowd looked at this young man, a name appeared in their minds. This person was the greatest dark horse of this year's prodigy rankings preliminaries. Until now, Thunder Lord Ing had been an ordinary elite of the 7 profound martial house. But this year, he had inadvertently obtained an ancient 7th grade Emperor step martial art, and had displayed his king body to the limit. In the prodigy rankings preliminaries, he had swept away all the elites of his realm, and his name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. Obviously, Thunder Lord Ing was a genius that had accumulated a great deal of experience. There were many kinds of geniuses. Some were born as a proud son of heaven, and had a terrifying talent. Some had a sudden epiphany, and soared to the heavens. Some had accumulated a great deal of experience, and cultivated steadily, and finally rose to prominence. Thunder Lord Ing was the third kind. The 7 profound martial house respects martial prowess. We do not rely on arrogance, nor do we rely on arrogance to attract the attention of others. So do you dare or not? Calm. Thunder Lord Ying's expression was indifferent. His eyes were tranquil, as if he did not want to compare notes with Lin Ling. Rather, it was Lin Ling who wanted to compare notes with him. That was his reward for Lin Ling. Not too far behind him, Tang Tianshu silently smiled. He also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength. Of course, he also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face at Sky Universe Palace and take revenge for the enmity at Exquisite Valley. What, you don't dare? Thunder Lord Ying said again, the disdain on his face thickening, causing the crowd to laugh. Thunder Lord Ying was tall and steady, like a guardian god. But Lin Ling was thin and tall. Compared to him, Lin Ling was very small. How long have you been cultivating at the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling calmly asked, ignoring the gazes around him. I came when I was 17 years old. I have been here for 3 years, and I am the number 1 dark horse of the proud son of heaven preliminaries. Thunder Lord Ying proudly replied, as if saying that Lin Ling only dared to bully the weak. Facing a powerhouse, he would return to his original form. So you are 20 years old? Lin Ling nodded. I am 18 years old, younger than you. I have been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a year, but you have been here for 3 years. Not only that, but in the proud son of heaven preliminaries, you were the number 1 dark horse. You should be invincible in the Middle Emperor spirit realm. So in order to prove that you are stronger than me, you want to compare notes with me? Thunder Lord Ying was startled, and then his complexion turned ugly. That's right, Thunder Lord Ying and Lin Ling's ages are far apart in terms of cultivation time. The crowd's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was right. If Thunder Lord Ying were to compare notes with Lin Ling, that would be the same as bullying the weak. With Thunder Lord Ying's seniority, he should be challenging Golden Rock and the other top proud sons of heaven. Then do you dare or not? If you don't dare, then don't even think about entering Sky Universe Temple. Thunder Lord Ying coldly said. Now that things had come to this, he could not give up halfway. Haha, you are the number 1 dark horse. Very overbearing, bullying the weak, and even speaking righteously. Your skin is also very thick. Lin Ling lightly said, causing Thunder Lord Ying's pupils to widen. Lin Ling was taunting him, and Lin Ling did not seem to want to compare notes. Most importantly, if Lin Ling refused, no one would think that Lin Ling was afraid of death. Lin Ling, where's your mad god title? Tang Tianshu frowned. He couldn't help but ask. If Lin Ling did not want to fight, could he only watch helplessly as Lin Ling entered Sky Universe Temple? Trying to goad me is useless. Also, did I say that I don't dare? Lin Ling's eyes swept over Tang Tianshu, and then he calmly replied. The other party had already come to his door to bully him. If he had the strength, then he naturally did not fear a fight. Not only that, but he also wanted to test the strength of the rank 220 on the proud son of heaven decree. He agreed. The crowd was stunned. Lin Ling was younger, and his time in the 7 profound martial house was even shorter. If he didn't fight, then that was normal and no one thought that he was a coward. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually agree to fight? This Lin Ling was truly crazy. In truth, many geniuses did not fear a middle-stage royal spirit realm martial artist. In fact, many of them could even jump ranks to fight. But if they were also facing a genius, then jumping ranks to fight was very difficult. Most importantly, Thunder Lord Ying was a peak middle-stage royal spirit realm talent. He was different from those law enforcement disciples that Lin Ling had killed. After all, Thunder Lord Ying was the dark horse of the proud son of heaven decree preliminaries. He was invincible in the middle stage of the royal spirit realm. Chapter 735. Unrivaled Realm. My impression of you has changed, Mad God Lin Ling. You know I'm a dark horse and you still dare to challenge me. You're really crazy. Haha. Thunder Lord Ying laughed lightly. He was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't challenge him, then he wouldn't be able to answer to Jin Pengzi. But since Lin Ling agreed, then he could teach him a good lesson. As for losing, Thunder Lord Ying didn't think about it. He was an unrivaled mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. How could he lose to Lin Ling? I won't fight to the death in front of so many people. After all, I don't have any enmity with you. I'm only here because someone asked me to, so let's just have a normal fight. If you can break through my defense, then I won't go to Sky Universe Palace. Thunderlording walked down step by step. An oppressive chi spread out, causing the ground to shake slightly. Jin Pengzi and Tang Tianshu smiled indifferently. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would face Thunderlording. I'll only defend and not attack. Thunderlording stopped and said proudly. His words made many people's hearts tremble. As expected of the dark horse of the preliminary round, he had courage. Following Thunderlord Ying's disdainful voice, the image of an ancient elephant appeared behind him. It was as steady as a mountain, unmoving even if the sky collapsed. Pa pa pa. The hard ground of Sky Universe Palace cracked, as if Thunderlord Ying's strength was as heavy as a mountain. Thunderlording is a defensive maniac. He once carried 3 cities on his back in Sky Farmer region. Everyone was talking. The crowd was discussing fervently. During the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking, they had already seen how terrifying Thunderlording was. It seemed that no one at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm could shake him. However, to be able to carry 3 large cities on his back and not move, this was extremely terrifying. The cities were already enormous and there were even 3 of them. Even though Thunderlording was carrying the cities with 2 hands, he still didn't move. This meant that his foundation was extremely solid. I have a 6th grade king body, the suppressing hell elephant body. Thunderlording continued. I only know one kind of martial arts, the suppressing hell elephant body. It's a true meaning of martial arts. It allowed me to reach 70% true meaning of martial arts. A 6th grade king body, this was a very frightening advantage. Adding on the 70% true meaning of martial, it was no wonder that Thundermaster Ing had the confidence to stand there and let others hit him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could also feel Thunderlord Ying's enormous aura. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, his talent was the same as his king body, and his true meaning of martial intent was also the same. This Thunderlording was truly formidable. Today is an invitation to a banquet, so it's not suitable for a long battle. Let's settle this in 10 moves. Lin Ling said after taking a deep breath. 10 moves? During the preliminary round, Hu Liehu, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, couldn't break through Lightning Lord Ying's defenses even after 100 moves. This Lin Ling sure is confident. The crowd was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Thunderlording hadn't even stated his conditions, but Lin Ling himself had. He wanted to break through Lin Ling's defense in 10 moves. Lin Ling didn't want to lose face, so he was trying to show off. Ignoring the crowd's thoughts, Lin Ling slowly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. His eyes were cold. He wanted to test the strength of a prodigy ranked 200 on the prodigy ranking, and he also wanted to see his own limits. Earth-shattering sky. Xiao. A sharp sword intent bloomed. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a frenzied sword slash came out like a storm. Amazing! This was the first time many people saw Lin Ling in action, but this move proved that Lin Ling's strength was invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Is that all you've got? However, Thunderlording shook his head in disdain. The terrifying aura around him grew even stronger, and an ancient suppressing hell elephant covered his entire body. Dang dang dang. All the sword slashes landed on Thunderlord Ying's body, but the latter was indifferent. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Using his body to block the sword, this defensive power was terrifying. This was the suppressing hell elephant's tyrannical strength. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He noticed that there were rays of light circulating around Thunderlord Ying's body. He had actually blocked his sword slashes with ease. First move. Thunderlord Ying's indifferent voice rang out. Sword shaking mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's expression didn't change, and his powerful sword intent slashed out once again. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Lin Ling also noticed that Thunderlording was able to reflect his sword intent. At least 30% of it had been reflected back. No wonder Thunderlording was only defending. The more powerful the attack, the more harmful it would be to the user. However, if one didn't use a powerful attack, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Thunderlord Ying's martial arts and his king physique gave people a feeling of invincibility. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Blazing Sun Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling's body flowed like water. He stabbed his sword into the ground and stretched out his hands. A great vermilion bird appeared on his left hand, and a blazing sun appeared on his right hand. He was bathed in flames, as if he wanted to destroy everything. What a powerful flame power. Lin Ling actually has a 6th grade king physique. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had seen Lin Ling fight before, but their impression was that he had a 5th grade king physique. But now he had a 6th grade king physique. This meant that Lin Ling's king physique was very special and could continuously improve. Lin Ling was able to laugh at the top 200 and below on the Heaven's Pride list. He indeed had some strength. Destroy. The 2 flame powers crazily rushed out, causing many of the Heaven's Prides to narrow their eyes and retreat. That's all you've got? Outside the gate, the 18th young master Tang Tianshu smirked disdainfully. Last time, Lin Ling had strangely broken his flame. He thought that Lin Ling's king's physique was very powerful, but it turned out that he was only of the 6th rank. Boom! The 2 flames crazily rushed towards Thunder Lord Ying. It was as if the heavens had descended. Prison suppression. At this moment a cold shout rang out. Thunder Lord Ying raised his right foot high and stomped on the ground. It was as if an ancient giant elephant had lifted its foreleg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A thick and heavy force that seemed capable of destroying everything erupted from Thunder Lord Ying's body, blowing in all directions. Chi! Chi! The flames of the great vermilion bird and the blazing sun that could burn anything were both extinguished. One had to know that these 2 flames had already reached 70% completion, but they were still unable to harm Thunder Lord Ying. What a terrifying defensive power! Many people's faces stiffened. Thunder Lord Ying was indeed an invincible Heaven's Pride in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. That's the 4th move. Is that all you've got? Thunder Lord Ying looked at Lin Ling like a giant elephant amidst the surging airwaves. He tilted his head and his words were filled with disdain. It's not even 10 moves. You'd better not be too proud. Lin Ling replied indifferently. His heart was heavy. Thunder Lord Ying was stronger than he had imagined, dominating the world. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling pulled out his sword and slashed out with his terrifying sword intent. AI, you can't even defeat me in 100 moves. You're not qualified to enter the Sky Universe Palace. Thunder Lord Ying said with disdain. 5th move failure. 6th move failure. 7th move failure. The crowd shook their heads when they saw that Lin Ling's continuous attacks were futile. The mad god Lin Ling could not be arrogant at this moment. It was as the top Heaven's Pride had said. Lin Ling could only be arrogant when facing the weak. Facing a true Heaven's Pride, he was like a stray dog. His king physique is the same as mine, and his martial intent is the same as mine, but his cultivation level is higher than mine. Chapter 736. Who was the first dark horse? This sword is interesting. You can actually fuse a half-step 70% sword intent and a 70% sword intent. Lightning Lord Ying's eyes flickered as he said seriously. But that was it. Dominating the world. An even more terrifying sword slashed out. Rumble. The fusion of the 2 great true meanings caused Thunderbolt Lord Ying's enormous body to finally be pushed back. He stretched out both of his hands, and actually managed to grab hold of Lin Ling's sword. Veins popped out on his forehead as he finally roared, "Break!" The sword slash was also broken. The crowd was even more terrified. Was Lightning Lord Ying torturing Lin Ling? The 8th move, that should be your final trump card. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. Lightning Lord Ying waved his slightly numb hand and smiled faintly. But his heart was heavy. The power of the previous sword slash had increased crazily, and he had used up 80% of his strength to break it. This Lin Ling was very powerful. If he had participated in the preliminary round, his result would not have been much worse than his. But the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's cultivation was 1 level lower than his. 10 moves have not passed yet. It's hard to say. Lin Ling replied faintly. His heart was heavy. Another one of his trump cards had been broken. Was Lightning Lord Ying really invincible? It seemed like he was still too weak. The crowd was silent as they stared at the ground beneath Lightning Lord Ying's feet. There were 2 deep marks on the ground caused by Lightning Lord Ying blocking Lin Ling's sword. During the preliminary round, it seemed like no one had been able to do this. Although this Lin Ling was not Lightning Lord Ying's opponent, his strength was also terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling was younger than Lightning Lord Ying. What if they were at the same age? The 9th move. Lin Ling slapped his left hand and a pill appeared in his mouth. He then swallowed it slowly. Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill. His current cultivation was weaker than Thunder Lord Ying's, so his king physique and martial true meaning were unable to display his advantage. He could only rely on another trump card. Moreover, this was only one of Lin Ling's trump cards. He still had another trump card that he had yet to use. He was thinking of using it in his 10th attack, which was his sole power. Of course, apart from this trump card, Lin Ling still had another powerful trump card, which was the Ancient Flame Demon. However, the Ancient Flame Demon was unstable and could easily devour its owner. It was a move that would cause both sides to suffer. Therefore, unless it was a life and death situation, Lin Ling would never use it. Boom! A white flame blossomed and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. A wild and domineering aura filled the air, causing the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling actually had other flames? This flame is very strange. It doesn't seem to be an innate king body. Tang Tianshu furrowed his brows. After the flame appeared, it gave him an ancient and violent feeling. It did not seem to be a flame controlled by a martial artist but a beast. He also felt that when the flame appeared, the flame in his body seemed to have been affected. Lin Ling borrowed the power of the pill to change the flame. If that flame is Lin Ling's innate king physique, then Lin Ling's innate talent is terrifying. Tang Tianshu thought. Let's try it now. After taking the Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill for the first time, Lin Ling felt a huge amount of energy gushing out from his dantian. The white flame swallowed the vermilion bird's flames and grew crazily. It even made him feel as if he was the Ancient Flame Demon. I didn't expect such a move. Let's try it. Thunder Lord Ying's face turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. 3 elephants prison. Thunder Lord Ying let out an angry roar, and 3 ancient giant elephants appeared, dominating the world. It was still the same ordinary sword attack. It was still the fusion of martial true meaning and fire true meaning. However, at this moment the flame changed, turning into a demonic white color. Xiao! A figure slashed towards Thunder Lord Ying like a dream. Boom! Thunder Lord Ying pushed his palms forward. Like a giant elephant raising its legs, a large number of ghosts appeared behind him. It was said that in another holy land, elephants were sacred objects used to guard hell. When the hell-suppressing elephant moved, the ghosts of hell would fly out. However, the divine elephant was not facing ordinary flames. It was facing an ancient flame demon. Roar! Under countless gazes, a huge 9-tailed ancient flame demon appeared. It was formed by flames and clashed with the divine elephant crazily, causing the jade steps on the street to tremble. What a terrifying power! Many people sucked in a cold breath. Some were even affected by the power and spat out blood. The top prodigies' faces turned serious. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could make Thunder Lord Ying use his full strength. Pop! Pop! In the next moment, the sound of spiritual energy exploding rang out. In the open space, the 2 beasts collapsed. In the rolling spiritual energy fluctuations, 2 figures flew out. Lin Ling retreated 100 steps. Thunder Lord Ying retreated 80 steps. He was still standing proudly, looking at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Invincible, as expected of invincible. Looking at the giant Thunder Lord Ying, the crowd was in an uproar. The result of this move was clear. Thunder Lord Ying deserved his title of invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The spiritual energy in Lin Ling's body kept surging. He was slightly injured. He looked at Thunder Lord Ying with furrowed brows. The number 1 in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm was really strong. His Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill could not break through his opponent's defense. You can swallow the pill and prepare for the 10th move. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a crazy desire to battle. Today Lin Ling must enter the Sky Universe Palace. Lin Ling, you haven't given up yet. Many people suddenly admired Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was defeated by an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, he was still honorable. The top geniuses sneered. They did not care about the honorable defeat. They only knew that Lin Ling was blocked from entering the Sky Universe Palace and was too ashamed to enter. That was enough. The 10th move. Thunderlording slowly raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When he faced Lin Ling's sword of too true intense, he had already used 80% of his strength. It was just that no one could see it on the surface. But on the 9th move, he had reached his limit. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Thunderlording gave Lin Ling a thumbs up before collapsing to the ground. Silence! The Sky Universe Palace was completely silent. Thunderlording lost? This scene was beyond everyone's imagination. They thought that Thunderlording would continue to crush Lin Ling's pride. But who knew that he would suddenly vomit blood and faint on the 9th move? This meant that Lin Ling had won. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This result was also beyond his expectations. He wanted to use even more powerful trump cards. Then he smiled helplessly. After putting away his sword, he slowly walked towards the Sky Universe Palace's main gate. Wherever he passed, everyone would make way for him. Now, no one dared to say that Lin Ling was not qualified to enter. Moreover, Lin Ling did not participate in the preliminary round. If he had, then he would be the true dark horse. You're just borrowing the power of the pill. Without the pill, how could you defeat Thunderlording? At this moment, Tang Tianshu's disdainful voice rang out. When Lin Ling heard it, he shook his head and sneered. Then can I say that he's just borrowing the fact that he has more time to cultivate than me? If we had the same amount of time, then he would not have been able to defeat me? Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. He could not refute this. The crowd also nodded. Originally, even if Lin Ling had lost, he would have lost honorably. After all, Lin Ling's foundation was weak, so Lin Ling won by relying on the pill. This was not embarrassing. Chapter 737. Overbearing and magnificent, get out of my way. Is it fun to stand in the middle of the road? Stop. Lin Ling ignored the pale-faced Tang Tianshu and lightly said. These peak-proud children of heaven were lofty and aloof. Because he hadn't respectfully bowed to them, they had deliberately made things difficult for him. He didn't need to give them any face, and he believed that in front of the gates of Sky Universe Palace, these peak-proud children of heaven wouldn't dare to move against him. Lin Ling. These peak-proud children of heaven glared at Lin Ling, their eyes cold, but they had no words to refute him. If people give me face 3 times, then I give them face 5 times. If people don't want face, then I don't need to give them face either. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders, his eyes looking at Thunderlording on the ground. In fact, he knew that in the previous battle, if Thunderlording had attacked from the side, then it would have been very difficult for him to win. Thus, he had won this battle by a fluke. Not only that, but the ancient demon welcoming pill had a time limit. If Thunderlording had survived, then he would have had to face another situation. Of course, Thunderlording had been too confident in himself. He had actually dared to only defend and not attack. Not only that, but Lin Ling still had a hidden card that he hadn't used yet. Through this battle, Lin Ling had a much better understanding of his own strength. Without using his soul force or the ancient flame demon, he could erupt with his full strength and defeat the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud children of heaven. Of course, this was only in the 7 profound martial house. As for the peak Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud children of heaven from the other 6 great martial halls, he didn't know. After all, he hadn't fought them yet. Stop! At this moment, an icy voice sounded out, blocking Lin Ling from entering Sky Universe Palace. It was Jin Pengzi. Get out of here. With me here you can enter Sky Universe Palace. Jin Pengzi indifferently said. At the start, Lin Ling had been nothing more than an ant to Jin Pengzi. He disdained to move against him, but now he couldn't. Lin Ling had disgraced him twice. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Even if he lost face, he would not allow Lin Ling to enter Sky Universe Palace. What if I want him to go in? As soon as Jin Pengzi's voice fell, a thunderous voice came from the palace. Then a burly figure strode out. His aura was unruly, arrogant and overbearing. Jin Pengzi's eyes flickered. He knew who it was. It was Sakura. What do you mean? Jin Pengzi asked. He seemed to not dare to look down on Sakura. I told you to get lost. Sakura appeared at the entrance. His cold eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the crowd of supreme geniuses. Those supreme geniuses were all silent. Big brother. Lin Ling was very surprised. Sakura is Lin Ling's big brother? Jin Pengzi was even more surprised than Lin Ling. They didn't know about the relationship between Lin Ling and Sakura, but Sakura was the king of dark horses. During this period of time he had been in the limelight. After suppressing the law enforcement hall elder, he had repeatedly challenged the top geniuses of the proud son of heaven role. Now he was regarded as the most tyrannical evildoer in the circle of top geniuses. Within the top 100 of the proud son of heaven role, no one dared to look down on Sakura. I want my brother to go in. You can try to stop me, but I can't guarantee the consequences. If you don't dare to stop me, then get lost. Sakura shouted again, but no one dared to resist him. Sakura, how tyrannical. You actually shouted at Jin Pengzi and the others. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They were ordinary geniuses. How could they know about the top geniuses circle? They also didn't know that Sakura had defeated many geniuses on the proud son of heaven role. Apart from those rumored evildoers, Sakura wasn't afraid of any other geniuses. Big brother, you're so powerful. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that when he was cultivating in Linglong Valley, his big brother was also constantly proving himself. Now he seemed to be smiling proudly. If you want to fight, sure. Half a year later you can fight with my brother. Let's see how my brother oppresses you. Trash. Sakura said disdainfully. He smiled at Lin Ling and walked in with Lin Ling. When Lin Ling passed by Jin Pengzi, he smiled indifferently and said, You before said that with you here, I won't be able to enter the Sky Universe Palace. But now, please use your eyes to watch carefully. I'm about to step into the Sky Universe Palace. After saying that, Lin Ling strode in. Jin Pengzi stood coldly in the same place. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Lin Ling, borrowing his big brother's prestige, actually dared to mock him. In the distance, many people were secretly envious. Domineering, this was the prestige of a top genius. If you want to get lost, then you must get lost. If you don't want to fight, then fight. At first, Jin Pengzi and the others thought that they were the older generation's geniuses, so they were arrogant and wanted to bully Lin Ling. However, after Sakura came, they immediately didn't dare to say anything. They lost even more face. Lin Ling is so lucky. He's actually brothers with Sakura. I heard that Sakura's strength is comparable to an elder's. His talent is extremely terrifying. These two brothers are both freaks. Many people discussed spiritedly. They were even more in awe of Lin Ling and his brother. One of them was arrogant and the other was overbearing. Both of them were existences that shouldn't be trifled with. At this moment, Lin Ling and Sakura entered the palace. Along the way they met many geniuses, even elders and apprentices. Lin Ling sensed that those elders and geniuses seemed to be afraid of Sakura. This showed that his big brother had risen in this period of time, and should have challenged many people. However, his big brother's talent was already extraordinary, so this wasn't impossible. After all, Lin Ling had always thought that his speed of growth was fast, but he was still not Sakura's opponent. Now that he could challenge those of a higher level and defeat those of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, then his big brother could naturally defeat those of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, or even those at the peak stage. After passing through the resplendent corridor, Indra brought Lin Ling to a large hall. The hall was square in shape, with a large number of tables and chairs placed around it. On the tables and chairs were various rare demon beast meat and spiritual herbs from the 100 territories. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the hall and were chatting merrily. However, after seeing Sakura enter, there was a short moment of silence in the hall. Since the battle in the valley, Sakura had risen completely. He challenged all the heroes and dominated the 7 profound genius list. Now, his reputation was even greater than Lin Ling's. During this time, Lin Ling's reputation had risen in the exquisite valley. Many alchemists knew of Lin Ling's name. If a newcomer rose and their background was insufficient, they would naturally attract a great deal of jealousy and dissatisfaction. After all, the proud sons of heaven of the older generation had risen step by step in the seven profound martial house. They had also experienced many challenges. Many deep eyes looked at him, causing Lin Ling's pupils to sparkle. There were many geniuses here, perhaps those that were ranked in the top 200 of the Heaven's Pride list. In addition, many elders were present. Lin Ling even saw apprentice Gu Sushua. This meant that there were many apprentices present, and even old Xian was present. Besides those old monsters, there are also powerhouses from the other martial arts palaces. There are also people from the 5 great ancient countries. Chapter 738. Two brothers show their might. Sakura, don't be too arrogant. This is the place where all the great figures of the 7 profound martial house gather. What is the meaning of letting an ant come here? Are you looking down on us? Amidst the silence, a hoarse voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to turn his gaze over. At a table far away, a white-haired young man was calmly drinking wine as he spoke. This person seemed to be unhappy with Sakura's rise, hence, he wanted to provoke Sakura. Do I not have the qualifications? Sakura coldly said as he looked at the youth. At the same time, he told Lin Ling that this youth was a proud son of heaven ranked in the top 100, and was at the peak of the royal spirit realm. Lin Ling nodded. This youth was really strong. His king body was not weak, but he was too overbearing. He and his big brother had not disturbed them when they came in, but they still tried to make things difficult for him. This sort of high and mighty attitude caused anger to rise in Lin Ling's heart. After all, it had happened twice today. I did not say that you are not qualified, but the person you brought is not qualified. The youth's voice was as cold as ever. Many people indifferently nodded. Those that could appear here had a delicate status, and the weakest of them was at the middle royal spirit realm. Even an ordinary middle royal spirit realm martial artist did not have the qualifications to enter. One had to be a true proud son of heaven. So for an early royal spirit realm martial artist to appear here, there were naturally people who were dissatisfied. Not to mention a proud son of heaven, but even the servants here were at the middle royal spirit realm. Their talent was ordinary, and their cultivation had been forcefully increased by the use of pills. Sky Universe Palace represented status. It was not a place that ordinary people could come to. He is my brother Lin Ling. I called him here, so he naturally has the qualifications to come. Sakura shouted again, not afraid of the crowd. Many people's pupils shrank. In the 7 profound martial house, there was no one who did not know of the mad god Lin Ling. This did not mean that Lin Ling's strength was terrifying, but Lin Ling's arrogance. It was said that this youth did not even fear old Xian. His reputation is superficial, but that does not mean that he can come here. In the 7 profound martial house, strength is everything. Another peak proud son of heaven said. At this moment, the 18th young master Tang Tianlong and the others had also arrived. As they saw this scene, they were not surprised, but quietly watched the show. Really? How about this? Get any 18-year-old genius to come out and fight with my younger brother. If my younger brother loses, I'll bring my head to you. Sakura suddenly said coldly, making the main hall even more silent. Sakura such courage to actually gamble with his life for Lin Ling to be able to enter this place. Are you serious? Some of the top geniuses smiled coldly. I, Sakura, am a man of my word. How can I be like some people who go back on their words? Sakura said with lofty sentiments. He didn't like people looking down on his second brother, so he used his life to bet on Lin Ling's pride. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that Sakura was a man of his words. This big brother of his was risking his life for him. Moreover, Sakura's purpose was very simple, which was to clear his name. An 18-year-old genius? Young Master Tang, you seem to be the youngest genius. Someone looked at Tang Tianshu and said. After all the geniuses here were above the age of 20. Tang Tianshu's face turned ugly. He was just 20 years old, 2 years older than Lin Ling. He could put down his face to teach Lin Ling a lesson because he had already done so at the entrance. Today, with so many big shots gathered here, if he didn't say enough, he would be ridiculed. Is there anyone? When the crowd was looking around, Lin Ling's lazy voice sounded. His big brother had cleared his name, so how could he be a coward? No matter what kind of strength, origin, or talent, as long as you're 18 years old, I'll defeat all of you, and I'll even give you 10 moves. Lin Ling smiled lightly, looking at the crowd indifferently. His words made everyone's pupils dilate. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. One had to know that all the big shots here were from the 5 ancient countries, elders and top geniuses, but Lin Ling, a mere junior, actually dared to challenge them. Moreover, he even said that as long as he was 18 years old, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Lin Ling, don't forget your identity, one of the top geniuses coldly said. My identity is that of an ant, so big brother, why don't you send someone to fight? Why are you still talking nonsense? Lin Ling was still smiling calmly, causing Sakura to laugh loudly. This was his brother. When he was low-key, no one knew him, but when you wanted to humiliate him, he would be arrogant under the heavens. You! That top genius's face instantly turned ugly. A bunch of self-righteous people, I thought you were so strong, but you don't dare to send someone to fight. You only know how to croak like frogs. I really don't understand how you guys became geniuses. However, I can tell you in advance, within the age limit of 18, I'm invincible. I'm not afraid of death. Come. Lin Ling took a step forward. Facing the top geniuses, his aura became even sharper. No one would be in a good mood after being bullied twice for no reason, so Lin Ling might as well be arrogant to the end. Within the age limit of 18, invincible. Many people frowned. Lin Ling, how confident. You're only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. At best, you're invincible within the same realm. If we go outside and call an 18-year-old mid-stage Emperor Spirit realm genius to fight, you'll lose in shame, and your big brother will die because of you. Young man, it's good to be arrogant, but you have to know your limits. An old man coldly said. He was from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Then call me old ghost. Lin Ling saw through the old man's background and directly shouted at him. He didn't need to give face to the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There's no need to call him. Lin Ling is at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. He's invincible. At this time, someone was extremely unwilling. This person obviously saw the battle in front of the gate, and Lin Ling was able to defeat Lightning Lord Ying. That meant that there was no one in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm who could be his opponent. This time the hall was silent. Many people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, would have such terrifying strength. Then they looked at the two brothers, Lin Ling, and their expressions became even more serious. Sakura was slightly older, but he was a terrifying monstrous genius, and Lin Ling was younger, but he was also at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. The potential of these two was hard to estimate. For a moment no one said anything. Could be considered that Lin Ling was qualified. Although they were also dissatisfied with Lin Ling, they didn't dare to be rash because they weren't the host today. What a pity. I'll offer my head to see you, but you can't get it. How disappointing. Sakura smiled disdainfully and led Lin Ling to an empty table. Lin Ling indifferently shrugged his shoulders. He knew that apart from Tang Tianshu, most of the people here were targeting his big brother, and he was just implicated. However, since it was his big brother's matter, Lin Ling, would naturally lend a hand. The crowd looked at Lin Ling and Sakura coldly. Today these two brothers were showing off their strength. The second dream is here. Chapter 739. The second dream. The most important thing was that this woman's eyes were very charming, making one feel as if they were mesmerized by them. The night was as mysterious as the night itself. She was the host of this banquet. As she walked in, many people nodded to her. The reason we have gathered here today is because of the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list. The woman's voice was clear like a bell, but if one listened carefully, it was like a wind chime in the night, very mysterious. It's her. Lin Ling looked at the woman, his pupils flashing. He had seen this woman before. In the past, when he first came to the Seven Profound Martial House, Di Jichuan had been hunted down by others. But he had saved Di Jichuan and captured a black-clothed leader. That leader was the second Meng. However, the second dream had no strength at all. But now the second dream was at the late Emperor Spirit realm, and had even reached the peak of the late Emperor Spirit realm. This was a great change. As for the Talent King body, Lin Ling couldn't see through it. Of course, although Lin Ling was surprised, he wasn't surprised. After all, a pill could awaken a martial artist's Talent King body, and even change it. Who could guarantee that the second dream hadn't been hiding her strength? After that, Second Dream's voice drifted out from the main hall, roughly speaking about the semi-finals of the Heaven's Chosen rankings. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in listening. Instead, he glanced at his elder brother and discovered that Sakura was smiling. That smile was a warm smile. Could it be that the woman his big brother was chasing was the second dream? Lin Ling had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked Big Brother, what is that woman's background? She is the favorite disciple of old Zhong of the 12 Xian elders, and also a proud daughter of heaven on the proud son of heaven list. Sakura laughed. Lin Ling frowned. If she was the favorite disciple of one of the 12 Xian elders, then she indeed had the qualifications to invite all the proud sons of heaven. But the 5 great ancient countries, and even the other martial arts palaces, had also appeared. Could a mere disciple summon them all? What else do you know about her? Lin Ling asked again. Sakura shook his head. She doesn't like others asking too much, so I only asked about her. Brother. Big brother, you and her are. We admire each other and we like each other. Sakura's face reddened as he said with some difficulty. Then I should call her sister-in-law. Lin Ling smiled, but he still felt that something was wrong. It was just that he couldn't find it at the moment. Plus, Sakura and the second dream were in love. Before he found out what was going on, he couldn't say much. After all, this would affect his relationship with his brother. Today, apart from the semifinals of the prodigy list, I also want to announce my martial Dao companion, Sakura. Within the palace, the second dream sat quietly and smiled as he spoke. Sakura, it's actually him, what luck! Based on what did the proud daughter of heaven fancy D. Sher Tian? Many people let out all kinds of voices, but Sakura had always been a lone wolf, so he naturally disdained to pay attention to them. Instead he smiled proudly. Lin Ling glanced over as he silently mused in his heart. Second Dream's ostentatious announcement of martial Dao companions seemed to be giving Indra pride. But in reality, it was harming Indra, causing him to become a thorn in Second Dream's side. In my impression, this woman's scheming is very deep. Lin Ling thought again. His eyes noticed that there was a sword hanging beside the second dream's slim waist. It was a spiritual weapon, the mixed evil sword. This sword was given to Sakura by him. Big brother, that sword. Lin Ling frowned and asked. Second brother, I wanted to tell you this before, but I forgot. The second dream likes the mixed evil sword a lot, so she asked me to give it to her. Sorry, I didn't get your consent. Sakura said apologetically. Lin Ling waved his hand. It's okay, I gave you the sword, so it belongs to you. I don't mind who you give it to. Thank you, second brother. Sakura gratefully said. Lin Ling gently smiled, but his heart was even more awe-inspiring. A spiritual weapon was very rare, especially the mixed evil sword. It could resist soul force attacks to a certain extent, but it had been taken away by that woman. If Sakura hadn't given it to him, he would have taken it back. After all, he had risked his life to obtain this sword. At the banquet, many people stared at Sakura with dissatisfaction, but Sakura didn't fear them. Instead, the second dream walked over and wrapped her small hands around Sakura's arm, greatly satisfying Sakura's sense of superiority. After all, the second dream was a beautiful woman. Although there were many women in the 7 profound martial house who studied martial arts, the second dream was a proud daughter of heaven. Her talent was outstanding, and it would be a lie to say that the hearts of the young elites weren't moved. But this beautiful woman had been taken away by Sakura. Sakura naturally had a pride that made others jealous. You are the Lin Ling that Sakura spoke of. Nice to meet you, I am the second dream. The second dream said to Sakura, and then looked at Lin Ling. She stretched out her snow-white hand. Greetings, sister-in-law. Lin Ling faintly smiled and also stretched out his hand. The second dream had seen him, but she had never seen him before. The second dream made Lin Ling feel even more mysterious. What was her purpose? Haha, my second brother is also a top monstrous genius. It's just that he is younger than me. Otherwise I wouldn't be the only dazzling one today. Sakura was incomparably happy, and proudly introduced Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and didn't say anything. I know. In fact, Sakura, I have always thought that he is more outstanding than you. However, others don't think so. The second dream pointed out. Those words made Sakura's eyes twinkle, and he laughed out loud. If the second dream was talking about other people, he would definitely be jealous. However, he wasn't jealous of Lin Ling because Lin Ling was his brother. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, and there wasn't any arrogance. On the contrary, his heart became heavier. The second dream's gentle words seemed to be trying to sow discord between his relationship with his big brother. The second dream wasn't simple, and she was very shrewd. You guys continue chatting. I am going to change my clothes. After chatting for a while, the second dream said to Sakura, and then bowed slightly to Lin Ling. She looked like a gentle wife, and this made Sakura smile with satisfaction. Big brother, what do you think of the second dream? Lin Ling probed. Very good. I have seen countless beauties in my life, but the second dream attracted me the most. I have already decided that I will marry no one but her in this life. Sakura smiled. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. As expected, he wanted to distract Sakura, but it seemed impossible. You guys haven't known each other for long. Sometimes it is better to pay more attention. However, Lin Ling still reminded him. Of course, the effect wasn't great. Lin Ling could only hope that the second dream was sincere to Sakura. Not long later, the banquet ended, and Lin Ling left with the crowd. Second brother, your big brother is impulsive and offends people easily. I hope you can persuade him more when you are free. He listens to you, and he once said that you are the person he admires the most in his life. Chapter 740. Return to the Cloud Realm. Okay, but sister-in-law, you should also try to persuade big brother. Your words have a lot of authority. Lin Ling smiled back. Actually, I still think that you're much stronger than your brother. The second dream smiled again. Her Hongyan lips were even more alluring. Actually, we've met before. However, I didn't want Sher Tian to have any misunderstanding, so we didn't get to know each other. I hope you don't mind. As she spoke, Lin Ling discovered that her eyes were very beautiful. They were the most beautiful eyes Lin Ling had ever seen. It was as if they could see through a person's heart. Lin Ling could not help but be mesmerized by them. Faintly, he saw the second dream slowly unravel her black dress, revealing her alluring body. Actually, I think you're more outstanding than your brother. At the same time, a gentle voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. It was perfect. This was a beauty with wisdom, innate talent, and appearance gathered together, making Lin Ling unable to help but be infatuated with her. No wonder Sakura would be infatuated with her. No, this was the hallway of Sky Universe Palace. The second dream wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Then his soul power surged out. Only then did he realize that the second dream was still standing in front of him quietly. She was smiling and had not taken off her clothes at all. Was this an illusion? Lin Ling's heart became even more dignified. If he had been charmed before, he didn't know what kind of excessive things he would have done. And those things that he did in the corridor, even if Sakura believed him, it would be hard to explain. Lin Ling, what happened to you? At this moment, the second dream's worried voice sounded, as if she had nothing to do with what had just happened. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to twinkle. He was sure that what he saw before wasn't an illusion, but rather a type of true martial intent. It was able to cause a martial artist to unconsciously feel a sense of admiration, leaving a shadow of the other party in their heart of martial arts. It couldn't be erased, and in the end they would be controlled by the other party. I'm fine. Maybe it's the aftereffects of the previous battle, Lin Ling said with a smile that was not a smile. Regardless of whether it was a guess or an illusion, Lin Ling was even more cautious when it came to the second dream. This woman was truly terrifying. It could leave a shadow in a martial artist's heart of martial arts, making it impossible to guard against. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling smiled again and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and shrugged. Sister-in-law's figure is not bad. After Lin Ling's figure disappeared, the second dream's delicate body trembled. Sure enough, compared to Sakura, Lin Ling is the truly terrifying one. My king body actually couldn't affect him and he even sensed me. It's a pity that master made me attack Sakura, which caused Lin Ling to escape. Forget it, my target is Sakura, so I'll deal with him. The second dream's eyes turned cold. Her eyes were pitch black, just like the mysterious night sky. Her king body was very mysterious. When night fell, she could erupt with 120% of her strength. On the surface, she seemed to be at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but in reality, her combat strength had surpassed that realm. Before, she was only testing Lin Ling to see if she could control Lin Ling. However, she discovered that she couldn't control him. He was even harder to control than Sakura. This made her give up at the crucial moment. However, she sensed that Lin Ling was wary and even teased her. This Lin Ling was very mysterious, and although his strength was inferior to Sakura, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Of course, even if she sensed it, she wouldn't be afraid. After all, her target was Sakura. Outside Sky Universe Palace, it was already late at night. Stars twinkled in the sky. As Lin Ling looked out, he felt that the second dream was just like the night sky, full of charm and mystery. Sakura was also waiting for Lin Ling. As the two left together, Lin Ling secretly thought to himself, this woman is too mysterious. Even if I warn Big Brother, he might not listen. I hope that this woman doesn't have any evil intentions. If she does, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sigh. At present, the second dream hadn't revealed any evil intentions, so it was difficult for Lin Ling to judge. Oh. The next day, Lin Ling bid farewell and left for the cloud domain. As he left, he warned Sakura to pay attention to the second dream, but the effect was the same as nothing. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and left. On this trip, Lin Ling didn't inform anyone. He left in a low-key manner. After all, he had too many enemies. Outside of the 7 profound martial house, without the 3 Xian elders, Lin Ling would be in a lot of trouble. Above the sea of rain, a dragon boat sailed into the distance. On the dragon boat, Lin Ling wore a large cloak, his eyes shining as he looked ahead. I'm going back. Nearly a year of growth flashed through his mind, causing his lips to curve into a confident smile. At this moment, his mood was lively, just like a wanderer returning home. Moreover, he was returning with pride. After a long time, Lin Ling finally set foot on the land of the middle 3 regions. He patted Little Flame on his shoulder and excitedly laughed, Little Flame, let's go home. Let Grandpa see you, you little monkey. Gigi. On his shoulder, Little Flame waved his fists, also incomparably excited. The smell of the cloud domain was still familiar. Here there were blue skies and white clouds and the sun was charming. The mountains weren't as high, and the rivers weren't as vast. But there was a sense of homesickness. Lin Ling picked up a jug of wine and walked with Little Flame, drinking as he walked. Here, there wasn't the formidable competition of the 7 profound martial house, so he could relax. But in the middle 3 regions, to put it bluntly, he could dominate the entire middle 3 regions. Even in the upper 3 regions, besides the 5 great ancient countries, he didn't fear any other power. The beacon fires illuminate the west capital. My heart is unjust. My teeth fly from the Phoenix Tower. Armored horses circle the Dragon City. The snow is dark, the wind is heavy, and the drums are loud. Better to be a centurion than a scholar. As he drank, Lin Ling remembered a poem that he had read in his past life. He couldn't help but shout out loud, causing Little Flame on his shoulder to dance with joy. Haha, young man, you're a really interesting monkey. As the passers-by saw Lin Ling, they couldn't help but laugh. Then they saw the little monkey grab the jug of wine and drink in large gulps. After drinking, he glared at them. What a fierce monkey. Some passers-by helplessly shook their heads. What a naughty monkey. But most of them were looking at the young man. The young man was wearing a blue and white robe, and he was handsome and ethereal. With a jug of wine in his hand, he seemed free and unrestrained. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. He looked at the map and knew that he was in the Stone Saint Nation, so he decided to go to the Extreme Ice Temple. The Cloud region had 3 great nations: the Stone Saint Nation, the Heaven Mystical Nation, and the Snake Swamp Nation. Currently, 2 of the great nations belong to Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, if he flew in the air, he would arrive at the Extreme Ice Temple in half a day. However, after arriving at the Stone Saint Nation's Extreme Ice Temple, Lin Ling discovered that the Extreme Ice Temple had already disappeared. Moreover, there were very few martial artists in the Stone Saint Nation. Lin Ling couldn't help but be puzzled. Faintly, he could see traces of battle. Was there a great battle at the Extreme Ice Temple? Chapter 741. Chaotic Cloud Domain North Ice, the border between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. At this moment, the land was no longer as cold as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with flames and smoke. Looking from the sky, the vast land had dragon-like smoke rising into the sky from time to time. The land was a mess. On the ancient road, a large group of escorts continued to move forward. The person guarding the escorts was a man at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. This person had a great reputation in the northern ice region. Most of the escorts under his protection were successful. Father, more and more people are going to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It seems like the Stone Saint Kingdom can't survive anymore. The Snake Marsh Kingdom is under the orders of the Saint Race to suppress our two ancient kingdoms. In the past, the Cloud Sea King was unwilling to let the Cloud Sea City be taken away and join the Saint Race. If this goes on, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom won't be safe. Beside the man, a young man in white armor said with a frown. His eyebrows were high and he looked handsome. He rode his horse at the head of the escort team like a javelin. Many people behind the escort team looked at the young man with admiration in their eyes. Yiziki was only 23 years old, but he had reached the mid-stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. He was considered a peerless genius in the Stone Saint Kingdom. After all, the strongest in the Cloud Domain was only at the King Spirit realm. To reach the mid-stage of the Heaven Spirit realm in his 20s, what was he if not a peerless expert? Many people even compared him to the legends of the past and said that he was another genius after the rise of that legend. As for that legend, it was naturally Lin Ling who was famous in the Cloud Domain but had disappeared for almost a year. In this chaotic world, Ziki, you should improve your strength as soon as possible. For this battle, the oldest Saint Race in the Cloud Domain has taken action. The experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom may not be able to stop the Saint Race. The man at the head of the escort team sighed. The Saint Race was too powerful. In the past, when Lin Ling was here, it was said that he couldn't shake the Saint Race. Now that Lin Ling had disappeared, no one in the Cloud Domain could stop the Saint Race. Okay. I plan to improve my strength by another 10% before joining the Flame Corps. The young man laughed proudly. His voice was not soft, causing many warriors behind the escort team to tremble. The Flame Legion was currently the strongest combat force in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. It was like a sharp knife that had repeatedly blocked the attacks of the Saint Race. It had an illustrious reputation in the three kingdoms. Joining the Flame Legion was the dream of every youth in the Cloud region. After all, it represented pride and honor. Unfortunately, the conditions to join the Flame Corps were very harsh and this had eliminated many people. However, this had also motivated many youths to work hard. The leader of the Flame Legion, Lin Ling, the leader of the escort team, muttered to himself. The legends were indeed legends. Even though they had left, the things they left behind were still shocking to the world. Then he looked at the sky and instructed the escort team to speed up and reach the Heaven Mystics Kingdom as soon as possible. That was the only place they could claim as their territory. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was currently guarded by a large number of experts to resist the attacks of the Saint Race and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Among them, Elder Huayang, Patriarch Taiyan, the Three Kings, the Three Pillars, and other elite experts were the strongest backing. This trip to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom requires us to pass through the front lines of the battle. There are many martial artists from the Snake Swamp Kingdom ambushing us. Hence we have to speed up. Don't fall behind. Yiziki waved his hand behind him. Despite his young age, he already had the demeanor of a general. Many people behind the escort team nodded. In this chaotic world, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was the only place to find a peaceful haven. However, the journey to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was very difficult. Hence, they hired the escort team to protect them. This group of people came from all over the world and pooled their money to hire the escort team. Yiziki so handsome. There were many young ladies in the escort team. They looked at the awe-inspiring white-armored Yiziki and their hearts were beating fast. "Hold on, who are you?" Right at this moment, the leader of the escort team, Yikai, spoke with an indifferent voice. On the desolate road, there was a young man wearing a blue and white robe drinking while walking. He looked so carefree. What was more surprising was that there was a monkey hanging on the young man's shoulder. When the monkey saw the escort team approaching, it was making funny faces at them. A man and a monkey. It was a strange combination that gave people the feeling that they were roaming the world. "Oh, what's the matter?" The young man looked back and asked with a strange expression. He didn't seem to understand why the escort team called for him. Is this young man stupid? He dares to walk on the North Ice alone. The crowd was completely speechless. He dared to wander around alone. If he encountered the people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom, that young man would die without a burial ground. The people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom have thick long hair. You shouldn't be from the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Looking at your ordinary attire, you shouldn't be from the saint race either. Come over. Yikai spoke indifferently. If the young man wasn't from the Snake Swamp Kingdom, he had to be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom or the Stone Saint Kingdom. Since he saw him, he naturally had to help him. Why? The young man asked curiously. Are you stupid? Grandmaster Yi is saving you. Otherwise, do you think you can reach the Stone Saint Kingdom by yourself? Behind the escort team, a good-looking young lady frowned and said, she hated such arrogant and ignorant young men the most. Furthermore, they wasted so much of their time. After all, if the escort team didn't move forward and stayed where they were, they would be in danger at any time. Thinking of this, the young lady looked at Yiziki and secretly compared him. She couldn't help but shake her head. Everyone was about the same age, but why was there such a huge gap? The young man was like a little bug on the ground, while Yiziki's brother was like an eagle in the sky. Kiki, little brother, come with us. If there is no Panchuan, we won't accept you. It is better to take care of each other when we are outside. Yiziki also spoke. The young man pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He seemed to have just returned to the cloud domain and wasn't clear about many things. Hence, he wanted to go with everyone and find out more information. The young man was Lin Ling. Giddy up. The escort team moved forward again. Look at Yiziki's brother. He is only 2 years older than you, but he is already famous in the Stone Saint Kingdom and is admired by countless people. He has his own career and dreams. You, on the other hand, are lazy and ignorant. If Yiziki's brother didn't help you out of kindness, you might not even know what happened when you died. In the escort team, a young lady named Yan looked at Lin Ling and said, she had a calm personality and didn't hide anything from Lin Ling. Although the others didn't say anything, there was a hint of complaint in their eyes. They seemed to think that Lin Ling wasn't very sensible. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind the young lady's complaint. He vaguely guessed that the escort team had wasted some time waiting for him on the road. They were afraid that there would be danger along the way, so they were complaining about him. Currently, what happened between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom? Lin Ling asked an old man politely. The old man looked at Lin Ling in shock. The war between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint race had been going on for more than half a year. How could there be someone who didn't know about this? Many people thought that Lin Ling had lost his memory or came out from some hidden corner. However, they still slowly explained the situation. Lin Ling nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Oh. Chapter 742. He couldn't see through it. The Saint Race. In the past, he had killed the Saint Race's son Shang Feiyun in the Great Battle of the 100 Generals. Since then, he had formed a grudge with the Saint Race. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, the Saint Race had also come. They had bewitched the people of the Middle Three regions to kill him, but they had still failed. At that time, Lin Ling had wanted to go to the Seven Profound Martial House, so he hadn't dealt with the Saint Race yet. Now that he had returned, there was no need for the Saint Race to exist. Moreover, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had such a great war. But why hadn't his grandfather informed him? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. His grandfather and the others didn't want to disturb his cultivation at the Seven Profound Martial House, so they had silently endured everything. It's time to make the saint race disappear. Lin Ling muttered, causing the eyes of the escort team to widen. As they looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that this youth had an indescribable temperament that made them want to worship him. But this feeling quickly disappeared. After looking carefully, Lin Ling seemed like an ordinary youth again. What was strange was that Lin Ling's cultivation alternated between the earth spirit realm and the martial spirit realm, making it difficult for them to see through him. There was only one reason for this feeling, and that was that he was too strong. They couldn't see through him. It was just that Lin Ling was too young, so how could they not see through his cultivation? So many people guessed that Lin Ling was at the martial spirit realm and was about to break through to the earth spirit realm. As the escort team moved forward, they were safe and sound. At night, the escort team stopped and found a valley to rest. Everyone gathered around a fire, talking and laughing. An old man who was blind smiled at everyone, and then began to feel their bones. This old man used to be a top powerhouse of the Stone Saint Kingdom's extreme ice temple. Later, he was wounded in a great battle and was reduced to a cripple. In order to survive, he had researched a mysterious divination technique. It was said that he had learned it from the extreme ice temple's heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine was a goddess of the Stone Saint Kingdom and could predict everything under the heavens. Old He, help me calculate. The escort team leader Yi Kai laughed and sat down beside the old man. The others respectfully made way for him. Haha, since Senior Yi asked this old man to perform a divination, this old man naturally wouldn't dare to hide anything. That elder smiled politely. He knew that if they wanted to reach the Heaven Mystic's kingdom safely, they would have to rely on Yi Kai and his son. Hence he respected them very much. We don't have to be so polite. You're older than me, so I'll take the liberty to call you Old He. Yi Kai didn't put on any airs and was very amiable. Lin Ling, who was drinking wine by the bonfire, nodded slightly. Originally, he wanted to leave immediately after he found out about the battle at the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. However, Yi Kai was kind enough to help him. If he were to leave abruptly and allow the escort team to encounter the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army, the escort team would all perish. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to travel with the escort team. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. Brother Yi, what do you want to calculate? Old He asked. Let's just consider the dangers of this trip. Yi Kai didn't have much confidence in this trip. After all, they were about to reach the borders of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. That was the battlefield, and there were plenty of people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom. It would be hard to walk over safely. Old He nodded and touched Yi Kai's face. He constantly felt around and frowned after a moment. Everyone's heart shuddered. Could this trip be dangerous? Brother Yi, please speak frankly. Yi Kai spoke with a grave expression. Strange. This trip is extremely dangerous. There will be a bloody calamity and even a complete annihilation. Old He spoke with a grave expression, which caused everyone's heart to shudder. Complete annihilation? Would they all perish? However, with the arrival of fortune and the shroud of a king, Brother Yi exchanged for an opportunity. It is truly hard to come by. Old He spoke again. Yi Kai's body trembled slightly. His own fortune had descended, and a single action had exchanged for an opportunity. Therefore, everyone was able to walk through the danger safely. However, he didn't do anything, and the escort team was as per normal. If there was anything, it would be that he had helped a youth earlier. That youth? Yi Kai shook his head. It obviously wasn't any fortune. Old He's divination, the inheritance of the Peak Grade Hall, is definitely accurate. At this moment, Yiziki walked over and said, in fact, he was also comforting everyone. He didn't really believe in fortune, so he also asked Old He to divine his future. Father's fortune and son's support. Little friend Yi, your divination is a dream of an old ox pulling a red chariot and the return of the champion. This means that your future is bright and you can achieve the goal in your heart. Old He laughed loudly, which made Yiziki's heart tremble and a touch of joy rose in his heart. His goal and dream was to join the Flame Corps. Could it really be achieved? Divine for me as well. Everyone asked Old He for help, and Old He also needed everyone's help along the way, so he was duty-bound to do so. Little friend, how about I divine for you? Old He suddenly said to Lin Ling. Everyone else had been divined except for Lin Ling. He didn't want to be exclusive and make Lin Ling feel uncomfortable, so he also did a divination for Lin Ling me. Lin Ling was drinking wine by the fire and was a little surprised. Old He is a famous fortune teller in the Stone Saint Nation. If he wasn't in your escort team, he wouldn't even care if you asked him. Why don't you go and divine for him? The girl called Yen seemed to dislike Lin Ling, so she said sarcastically. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't care about the words of a small character. After shaking his head, he also walked towards Old He. Divine for the future. Lin Ling actually didn't believe in divination because he had always believed in himself. Old He nodded and touched Lin Ling's cheeks with his aged hands. Yen on the side smiled and said, "He has a mediocre life. He can't compare to Yiziki's big brother at all." However, Old He's body trembled and he almost knelt down. Everyone's eyes narrowed. "Old He, what's wrong?" Lin Ling quickly supported Old He, but Old He's heart was still pounding. In the end he said, "I can't see through it." Previously, he had divined Lin Ling's past life. It was a hazy cloud, and he couldn't see through the past life. When he divined Lin Ling's current life, he only saw a pair of mysterious eyes in the gray sky, looking down at the world. When he divined the future, a bloody light soared into the sky. In the bloody path, a cold and slender figure walked out, and behind that figure were a large number of shadows. As if to protect the people behind, that cold figure killed a bloody path. Old He had divined thousands of times, but this was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous thing. "I can't see through it. I can only say that there will be a tribulation next. Once you cross it, you will have a bright future." Old He frowned. This was the only thing he could see through. That tribulation is related to a woman. At night she plotted against you. Lin Ling's eyes focused. "Old He, can you tell me more in detail?" Old He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "To divine for you I spent more effort than anyone else. To be able to see this tribulation is already my limit. I can only say that this tribulation is called night tribulation." Lin Ling nodded and secretly remembered the words, night tribulation. Chapter 743. Army of Snake Swamp Country. However, that aura disappeared very quickly, and he did not know if it was an illusion or something else. At night, the north ice was very cold. However, there were many demonic beasts roaming around and no one dared to sleep too deeply. The next day came quietly. "You're too thick-skinned. Everyone took turns to keep watch, but you slept the entire night." A sharp voice came from the valley and many people looked over helplessly. It was Yen voice. Yen was a little pampered in the escort team. After all, she was the young miss of a big family in the Stone Saint country. Hence, many people in the escort team gave in to the willful young miss. "Alright, nothing happened anyway. Miss Yen, you should stop talking." Old He's voice came out. He did not know why, but he had a feeling of supporting Lin Ling. He did not like others to infringe on Lin Ling's dignity. As for why he had such a feeling, he did not know. Perhaps it had something to do with the divination last night. Lin Ling calmly packed up his things and took a sip from the wine pot. He then passed it to Little Flame and did not even look at Yen. He did not have time to care about this kind of young lady who did whatever she wanted. Gigi. Little Flame bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yen. Yen clenched her teeth and looked at Yiziki, who was on guard. She shook her head and said, "Why is the difference between people so big? A little bug and an eagle is indeed incomparable." Towards Yiziki, the adoration in her beautiful eyes deepened. Lin Ling continued to drink as if it was none of his business. Alert? Last night there were a total of 3 waves of demonic beast sneak attacks. Among them, the most frightening was the Earth King worm. It was a demonic beast that swam under the hard, profound ice. It would often swallow up martial artists and catch them off guard. If it wasn't for Little Flame's fierce beast aura, who knew how many people would have died last night? What was the point of being alert when the Earth King worm attacked? Little Friend's little monkey seems to be not bad. It seems to be fearless in the face of anything. Yi Kai led the horse over and said with a smile. On his shoulder, Little Flame looked at Yi Kai in disdain and continued to drink. To it, there was nothing to be afraid of. They were just a bunch of ants. "Little Flame, don't be rude." Lin Ling reprimanded him. He also knew that Lin Ling's bloodline was noble and naturally disdained Ye Kai's tone of taking advantage of his seniority. However, Ye Kai did not do it on purpose. In addition, Ye Kai's character was amiable and approachable. Therefore, Lin Ling also respected Ye Kai quite a bit. Haha. Interesting. Ye Kai naturally did not mind Little Flame's disdain. He laughed heartily as he mounted his horse. Of course, if he knew that he was talking to a ferocious beast, then he wouldn't be able to maintain his indifferent attitude. That ferocious beast only needed a single finger to kill him. The escort team moved forward again and was about to leave the North Ice. They were getting closer to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Everyone was getting nervous. The border of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was a place of war. If they were to pass through this chaotic place, there was no doubt about the danger. Along the way, the group was extremely quiet. However, the Snake Swamp Kingdom had already surrounded the massive Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was very difficult for them to break through that defensive line. Rumble. From afar there was a deafening sound. A scout had discovered the escort team and notified a large number of soldiers to come over. Snakes, lizards, and even mountain-sized toads. These were the mounts of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. On the mounts, those martial artists were all bare-chested and had eerie green hair. They were emitting a baleful aura that covered the sky. This was an army formed by martial artists, and the weakest of them was at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. All of you have to die. Leave the women behind. The leader was a man who was close to 3 meters tall and had dark green skin. His voice was deep like thunder, and his face was very ugly. His nostrils were as big as a fist. Beside him was a man who was riding on a stinking crocodile. This man was very skinny, but his body was very long and very smooth. He was like a monster with a human head and a snake body. The people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom had always been very ugly. Not good. 2 late-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. I'm afraid 2 great generals have appeared. When Ye Kai saw the majestic aura approaching, his body couldn't help but tremble. The martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were already ferocious and terrifying. They were even stronger than ordinary martial artists. Right now, the enemy had 2 late-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. The great calamity was approaching. The crowd also trembled, especially the women. They didn't dare to look at the army. If the women stayed behind, it meant that the women would be captured by the people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. What would happen to them then? How terrifying! Yen-Er, who had always been unruly, also trembled. Her beautiful eyes were wet. TSK, there are quite a few women. I can play with them for a few days. Sigh. Almost 1,000 martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom surrounded the escort team. The escort team only had a little over 100 people. Big brother Yichi, it's up to you. Sigh. Yen-Er looked at the young man at the front of the escort team. In her heart, he was the only person she could rely on. Many people also looked over. The only people they could rely on were the father and son of the escort team. However, as Yiziki looked at that massive body and that tyrannical aura, he actually began to tremble. His opponent was stronger than him, and his aura was thicker than his own. Therefore, he was afraid. He had fought many powerhouses before, but he had never fought a Snake Swamp Kingdom martial artist before. Ziki, calm down. Sigh. Ye Kai shouted. He knew that his son was a little shaken. All right. Sigh. Yichi nodded heavily and forced himself to pull himself together. Haha, pretty boy, I like it too. Don't kill this one. Play with him first before eating him. Of the 2 leaders, the leader who was as thin as a snake licked his lips. A surge of killing intent swept over, causing Yichi's mind to go blank. Play with him. The other party wanted to play with him first before eating him? How terrifying. Plop. He fell from the horse, causing the crowd to be stunned. The martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom all laughed. On the escort team's side, everyone felt as if their strongest pillar had collapsed. Yichi, who they relied on, was actually afraid and didn't dare to fight. Impossible, this is fake. Yen-Er shook her head. Yen-Er kept shaking her head. Yiziki was her idol, but at this moment the image of her idol shattered like glass, making her sky turn gray. Impossible? Haha, beautiful women love heroes. Unfortunately, your hero isn't a hero. I am the hero of your dreams. That woman will be the first to catch him." The leader, who was nearly 3 meters tall, laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of martial artists charged at Yen. "You dare! Go!" Ye Kai jumped down from his horse. He was about to attack, but the other leader stopped him. These leaders were all generals. The Snake Swamp Kingdom had 10 commanders, and above them were the generals, who were even more powerful. "Ziki, you are an escort. Pull yourself together and don't forget your responsibility." Ye Kai barely blocked one of them, but he couldn't block the other, so he could only angrily shout at his son. On the ground, Yi Chi was still trembling. He clenched his teeth and wanted to stand up, but for some reason his body went soft. His martial heart was filled with fear, and he no longer had the will to fight. "Alas, the heavens want to destroy my escort team." Sigh. Ye Kai sighed helplessly. Chapter 744. Annihilation. However, just as the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators pounced at Yenner, a sword light silently sliced through the air. 7 Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators were decapitated with a whoosh. A figure then appeared like a dream and lightly punched out with a flaming fist. The 8th Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivator was hit by the fist. His body trembled slightly. An endless flame spewed out from his back in the next moment. Thump! The 8th Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivator fell. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye, but it was like a dream that didn't seem real. The crowd stared fixedly at the fallen figure, and when their gazes shifted to the youth gently wiping his hands, their gazes became shocked and even dazed. The arrogant Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators had appeared and suppressed the escort team, causing them to feel as if they were in the middle of an apocalypse. But in just a few breaths, the arrogant Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators had become corpses. This change was 180 degrees, and it caused a moment of deathly silence to descend on the noisy road. "It's him." Yenner stared fixedly at the figure as her heart pounded violently. Was this the youth she'd been reprimanding before? "It's you." Ye Kai's pupils also constricted. He hadn't thought that this nameless youth would dare to make a move when even his son was so scared that he didn't dare. "You killed those of our Ophidian Swamp Kingdom." On the other side, the other head of the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom's eyes turned red as a killing intent rippled out. He was also very surprised, but the youth's strength was very vague and he couldn't see through him. He seemed to be in the Earth Spirit realm, and there were 2 reasons for this. First, the youth was much stronger than him, and he was in a domain that he didn't understand at all. Second, the youth was on the verge of breaking through, so his cultivation level wasn't stable. Of course, he believed the second reason. After all, the youth was still young. How strong could he be? "You'll be the first to die." The head pounced towards Lin Ling. The escort team became nervous. How would the youth be able to withstand the head's attack? "Be careful." Ye Kai roared and wanted to help Lin Ling, but the other head held him back. "Who would have thought that you'd want me to kill someone as soon as I return?" However, a calm voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the youth in blue and white robes was as steady as a mountain, but also like the clouds on the horizon. He only waved his sword lightly. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, the stars and moon would be cut apart. Chi! The leader who had charged over released a powerful aura. However, after the invisible sword slashed over, he stopped and stared at the youth in disbelief. He pointed at the youth and wanted to say something, but with a plop, he fell to the ground and his huge head also fell. Silence. On the great path there was a deathly silence. Not only were the eyes of the escort team wide open, even the cultivators from the Snake Swamp country were the same. Killing a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert with a single strike? Where did that young man come from? Kill! 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 Crane Snake is dead. Kill them all. The other leader was enraged. He did not expect that robbing an escort team would result in the death of one of their leaders. Kill! Kill! Thousands of martial artists from the Snake Swamp Nation threw themselves at Lin Ling. Their auras were vast and mighty, as if they could shake the heavens and earth. The hearts of the escort team trembled. What had they just seen? They saw the beast tide. That's right, it was a huge beast tide. There were huge snakes, crocodiles, and lizards. Their baleful auras soared to the heavens. Young friend, don't try to show off. Old he couldn't help but worry when he heard the terrifying sound. You're right. Sometimes, I'll kill my way out in order to protect my family. However, the blue and white robed youth was not afraid or nervous under countless gazes. Instead, he looked at old he and smiled faintly. Crazy. The youth was still in the mood to talk at this juncture. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be talking to an old friend. Ants, if you want to die, then I'll kill you all. Lin Ling shook his head under the numerous gazes with different thoughts. There was no need to release any powerful strength at all. After all, many of these cultivators were only in the Earth Spirit Realm while he was in the Emperor Spirit Realm. There was a difference between the Heavenly Spirit Realm and the King Spirit Realm. Therefore, ants were ants. Whoosh! Silent soul force attacked from all directions with Lin Ling as the center. Time seemed to stop as the thousands of Snake Swamp Country cultivators stopped their frenzied footsteps and seemed to be frozen in place. In the next moment, continuous plopping sounds rang out as they all fell down one by one. Thousands of people had been killed in one move. Domineering. The escort team's hearts trembled fiercely. What was called one person killing thousands of soldiers? What was called one move to settle mountains and rivers? This was it. The youth in the center was like a war god from ancient times. No, it should be called a monarch. Who exactly are you? There was only one Snake Swamp Country leader left on the main road. He was terrified as he stared at Lin Ling. Not even 30 minutes was enough to kill all of them. What kind of terrifying existence was this? I'm the one who destroyed your Snake Swamp Country, Lin Ling said indifferently. The opponent was at the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm and was too weak. Whoosh! A very ordinary sword slash went straight for the leader. The Saint race will not let you go. The Cloud Sea King and the Snake Swamp King will not let you go either. The leader roared and fled frantically. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Ling, so he had to go back and inform his lord that an unknown expert had appeared in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. However, could he escape? Swish! The sword slash passed and the leader was split into two. The severed body burned with flames. Thousands of Snake Swamp Country's army were annihilated. I'm afraid his strength is above mine. Ye Kai smiled bitterly at the handsome youth and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He had fought with the leader for a long time and couldn't even shake the other party. However, the youth killed everything with a single slash. Could he be the legendary King Spirit Realm? So strong. Why is the gap between me and him so huge? On the ground, Yi Ziki looked at Lin Ling in a daze. He had always thought of himself as the outstanding genius of the Stone Saint Nation. Therefore, after Lin Ling arrived, he rarely talked to Lin Ling because of his identity. He had always thought that Lin Ling worshipped him, but now it was all a little ironic. As for Yen she was feeling complicated. Yi Ziki, whom she had always worshipped, didn't dare to fight, but the strange youth who had been making things difficult for her didn't fear a battle. He even killed everything with one slash. His strength is so terrifying. He's the true genius. What's funny is that I've been reprimanding him. Yen revealed a self-deprecating smile. She finally understood why the youth didn't pay attention to her. Perhaps in the youth's heart, her willfulness was just like a clown dancing by herself. After letting out a soft sigh, Yen looked at Lin Ling. She noticed that the youth was slowly carrying his sword on his back. His handsome face was still calm as if the previous feat had nothing to do with him. It was as if it was just a simple matter for the youth to kill those experts that terrified them. She looked at Yi Ziki again and suddenly realized that compared to the indifferent youth, Yi Ziki wasn't as handsome anymore. At least, Yi Ziki was still trembling on the ground. Incredible! You're able to kill late-stage Heaven Spirit Realm experts at such a young age. In time, you will definitely be famous in the Cloud region. Chapter 745. Mountain-splitting rocks to siege the city. Could that fortuitous encounter be that young man? It's nothing much. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Yi Ziki, who still hadn't overcome his inner demons. He said indifferently, in a martial artist's life, defeating your opponent doesn't mean you win. Sometimes defeating yourself is the only way to win. If you are afraid, Then face your fear and challenge your fear the next time. Yes. On the ground, Yi Ziqi's heart shook, and then he nodded. He had been constantly defeating genius martial artists, but he was afraid of death. This meant that he didn't have the fear to defeat himself. May I ask what is your name? Yes. Yi Ziqi stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling before asking respectfully. Many people were curious and looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward at the same time, leading the horse forward again. The legend of the cloud region Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone's heart shook violently. The legend who ruled the Cloud Sea City, resisted the geniuses from the outside world, and protected the extreme ice palace. Had he returned? Sorry. Yes. Yen'er looked at the slender figure who mounted the horse with shock, and only one sentence suddenly appeared in her heart. The escort team moved forward again, and this time it wasn't Yi Kai and his son who were leading the team. There was an additional horse, and it was Lin Ling. Yi Kai and his son would subtly slow down their horses and let Lin Ling be the leader. Lin Ling remained silent and kept looking forward. Sir Lin Ling, we are getting closer to the border. The Flame Corps is standing guard there. If you are worried, you can leave first. We will rush over soon. Yi Kai spoke respectfully. There is no need. The Flame Corps was able to resist the Snake Swamp Kingdom for half a year, and they should be proud. It doesn't matter if I return earlier or later. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Since he intended to protect the escort team until the end, he naturally wouldn't give up halfway. Speed up and head to the border. Lin Ling has returned, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation is settled. Yi Kai was filled with gratitude. Then he shouted loudly, causing everyone behind the escort team to perk up. Yes, the legend had returned. How could the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation not be settled? This was the king of their two countries, and also the #1 genius of the Cloud Realm. Thump! The escort team sped up. After a long while, the border appeared in the distance. Over there, smoke rose from all directions, and battle cries echoed throughout the sky. A giant city wall was built there, and it towered into the clouds. It was like a majestic divine dragon that separated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom from the outside world. And above the city walls, banners were hung high. There was a mountain, representing Sky Fragrant City's 300,000-strong army. There was a ghost, representing the Ghost Commander's army. There was a extreme ice, representing the martial artists of Extreme Ice Temple. And the largest and most dazzling banner was the flame. This represented the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Flame Legion was also the strongest legion that was going to stop the alliance of the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race. I'm back. On top of a peak shrouded in clouds, Lin Ling quietly looked at the plain battlefield in the distance. He didn't rush over to help because he knew that this moment was the pride of the Flame Legion. On the vast land, there were countless sounds of killing, and blood flowed like rivers. Spirit auras collided and weapons clashed, forming an earth-shattering battle song. Sir Lin Ling, should we go and help? Yi Kai asked worriedly, but Lin Ling still shook his head. Everyone stood behind Lin Ling and looked at that slender figure. They felt like they were in a dream. Was this youth who wasn't even 20 years old their king? Although it felt unreal if they looked carefully, they could see that this youth was faintly emitting an aura that looked down on the mountains and rivers. This made them certain that this world belonged to Lin Ling. Kill. After the city is breached, blood will flow like rivers. On the intense battlefield, a deafening voice echoed. A burly giant that was close to 20 meters tall rode on a malevolent lizard, and looked coldly at the city wall in the distance. This person was one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His strength and status were comparable to the Cloud Sea King, and the Extreme Ice Palace's Extreme Ice Elder. This time the Saint Race gave the Snake Swamp Kingdom a condition. If they eliminated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom, the Cloud region would belong to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. With the Saint Race as their backing, the entire Snake Swamp Kingdom would come out and besiege the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was very difficult to deal with and was very tenacious. The strongest master in charge was Old Man Huayang, and his strength was unfathomable. This caused the war to drag on until now. Of course, according to the rumors, the war was about to end. It was said that the Saint Race had found help from other powerful kingdoms. The Cloud region depended on this war. The Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race's experts have all come out and blocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's experts. Now let's attack the city. Far away, a youth stood with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the Heaven Feather Fan. He proudly pointed forward. This person was from the Saint Race and was extremely powerful. He was the main general of this war. Heaven-splitting stone, move out! That youth yelled out in a deep voice, causing the entire battlefield to quiet down. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army began to retreat one after another. This caused the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army to be puzzled. What was the Snake Swamp Kingdom trying to do? Below the giant city walls, the Flame Legion's Tian Xiaoman, Qin Xiaolan, Cloud Sea City's Tian Chu, the Three Pillars He Yenshan, the Ghost Commander, Duan Wangye of the Three Kings, and other experts were all present. They all looked forward with grave expressions. Was the Saint Race preparing for the final attack? What was the heaven-splitting stone? Rumble! It appeared. In the distant horizon, a giant rock the size of a mountain appeared. This rock was shining with golden light and emitted a sacred and inviolable aura. This rock was circular, and after it appeared, it rolled towards the Heaven Mystics Kingdom city walls. The most terrifying thing was that the giant rock was constantly absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy as it rolled. It grew bigger and bigger and actually occupied the entire sky. It was a very terrifying giant rock. Could that be the heaven-splitting stone? Soldiers of the heavenly fragrance ancient city, listen up. Break it! Zhang Sanshan yelled out, and the mighty army surged out, wanting to block that giant rock. Rumble! However, as the giant rock rolled, it caused the earth to split open. All the attacks landed on the giant rock, but they didn't stop it. Instead, they made it bigger. Flame Legion, move out! Tian Xiaoman's charming face was cold as she waved her hand. I'll lead the army. Qin Xiaolan was born in the plains and was valiant. She immediately led the Flame Legion and moved out. Ghost Commander, move out! The Ghost Commander frowned. That giant rock was too mysterious and they had to stop it. Otherwise, if the giant rock broke through the city walls and crushed everything along the way, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be plunged into misery and suffering. Kill! On the vast land, countless experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom moved out, wanting to stop the giant rock. However, they failed again. The giant rock was getting bigger and bigger, and it even blocked the blazing sun in the sky. It was as if it came from ancient times, and it was also like the rolling wheel of history that wanted to crush everything. Retreat! Tian Xiaoman shouted angrily and asked the army to retreat. Otherwise, the army would be crushed by the giant rock. So scary. Is there no other way? Can we only watch as that divine rock crushes us? Chapter 746. The king returns below the Saint Race. Everything is an ant. The half-spirit artifact, splitting mountain rock, will kill everything. In the distance, the youth from the Saint Race smiled confidently. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had formed an alliance, but in reality, it was just a gathering of ants. How could it stop the Saint Race's proud footsteps? Kill! Kill! The king of the Snake Swamp Kingdom roared, and the army followed the giant splitting heaven rock and walked towards the city wall. They were going to break into the city and kill everything. With the splitting heaven rock as the vanguard, who could stop them? The wind was blowing, the blood was burning, and the earth was shaking. All the martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom gritted their teeth. Were they going to lose? We can't give up. If we lose, we will all die. When he comes back, how will we answer to him? Jiao! Qin Xiaolan suddenly shouted. Tian Xiaoman gritted her teeth. Their king had left the Cloud Realm, but he had left the Cloud Realm to them. Therefore, they had to protect everything. If they couldn't stop the splitting heaven rock from rolling, then they would use people to pile it up. They would use corpses to stop it. In the distant Cloud Sea City, the citizens and martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had gathered. This was their only safe harbor. The people guarding this place were Patriarch Extreme Flame, the current king of the Cloud Sea, Yunixuan, and Old Man Huayang. They had also received news from the front line that the Snake Swamp Kingdom had used the mysterious splitting heaven rock and was coming to crush the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Has this war finally reached its final battle? Jiao! Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with worry and a trace of nostalgia. He wondered how his cute grandson was doing in the rainforest's sacred land. King of the Cloud Sea Yunishwan had a serious expression. At this moment he suddenly thought of that youth who had helped him build the kingdom in the past. That legend who would descend from the sky every time the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was in trouble. His worried gaze pierced through the layers of clouds and quietly landed on the frontline battlefield. Warriors, we might die in this battle, but we are martial artists. Why should we fear death? In this battle, we will use our blood and flesh to pile up the splitting heaven rock and make it stop its merciless footsteps. Jiao! On the battlefield, the merciless wind blew, and the scattered flames burned. Qin Xiaolan's proud voice. She tidied her armor, gripped her weapon and looked ahead. Crack! Crack! Everyone adjusted their armors and gripped their weapons. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they looked forward. Kill! A cold voice echoed as the Heaven Mystic's kingdom's army moved out again. They used their flesh and blood to block the giant rock. Linling, I won't let you down. At the back, Qin Xiaolan and Tian Xiaoman looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then they looked at Zhang Sanshan, Ghost Marshal, and the others beside them and nodded at each other. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom would never retreat in a battle with their back to the river. This was their pride. They rushed forward, their eyes looking at the smoke-covered sky. However, in that instant, a fiery red figure appeared in the sky, like a shooting star, as if it was coming from the horizon. A fist fell from the sky. You are my pride. Now it's time for me to make my move. The scorching fist carried an unparalleled fighting spirit as it passed through the vast battlefield and heavily smashed down from the sky, directly smashing towards the divine stone that was about to be destroyed. The divine stone was massive as though it came from ancient times. On top of the divine stone, the fist was tiny. It was unknown why, but at this moment the entire battlefield stopped. That scene was shocking. Boom! The fist smashed down, causing the giant divine stone to sway slightly. Then cracks appeared on it, and it exploded with a boom. That explosion was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Countless flames blossomed at that moment, forming a gorgeous firework. This was the pride of the Fire Ancient clan. Yin had returned. Rumble! The divine stone that exploded was incomparably massive. It turned into countless golden rocks that scattered out. A large number of the golden rocks were blazing as they shot towards the Snake Swamp Kingdom's martial artists, causing a large number of them to perish. Boom! There was another loud explosion, which made everyone realize that the shattered divine stone was actually bigger than a mountain. It wasn't made of mud but was refined with ancient mysterious materials. However, the terrifying thing wasn't the divine stone, but the person that exploded the divine stone with a single fist. The battlefield was silent as countless eyes stared at the figure in the sky. That person had his hands behind his back, and the surface of his body was emitting blazing flames. He looked down at everyone with a smile as though he was looking down at everyone. A soft voice echoed. I have returned. Yes. Lin Ling. Yes. After a short moment of silence, there were plenty of excited voices from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He had returned. Their king had returned. Their legend had returned. He has returned. After not seeing him for a year, he has grown much taller. If grandfather knew that he had returned, I wonder how happy he would be. Qin Xiaolan was crying tears of joy. That delicate smile was filled with tears, but it couldn't stop the excitement in her heart. The pride of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom had returned. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Yes. There were frenzied yells that echoed like a violent storm. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom's morale soared, and everyone was boiling with excitement. He is Lin Ling. Far away, the Saint Race youth frowned and looked at the shattered divine stone on the ground. His heart trembled violently. He had destroyed a half-spirit artifact with a single fist. What cultivation realm was this Lin Ling at? Could he be at the mid-stage or late stage of the King Spirit realm? Or even at the peak? This bastard is finally back. I thought that he would only return after he had massacred the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The Swamp King, one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, sneered. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. At this moment, Lin Ling was soaring in the sky. He didn't even look at the snake swamp kingdom. His gaze was fixed on his family and friends. A gratified smile finally appeared on his face. Before, I didn't make a move because I knew that it was your time to be proud. You had blocked the snake swamp kingdom and the saint race for half a year, so I didn't want to blaspheme your pride. But now, in order to make up for my disappearance for a year, I will end this battle. The voice that came out of Lin Ling's mouth was like a gust of wind in everyone's heart. Many people's hearts trembled as they clenched their fists and nodded. Their king was proud of them. As Lin Ling's people, they were also exceptionally proud. Lin Ling's gaze then looked at the snake swamp kingdom. He smiled faintly. If the two generals are dead, then the battle will be over. Crazy. Crazy. Many people's hearts trembled violently. This was Lin Ling. A battle of 1,000,000 people that caused the sky to turn dark. However, in Lin Ling's words, this battle was nothing and could be easily resolved. Lin Ling, we will help you. Tian Xiaoman shouted excitedly. No need. You all rest. I will settle this myself. Rest. Lin Ling floated down from the sky and walked step by step towards the snake swamp kingdom. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's side, everyone was even more shocked. Kill! Kill! Hundreds of thousands of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ling. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's Swamp King revealed a cold smile. Junior, who is still wet behind the ears. You can't see yourself clearly. Kill! He was rather excited. If he could kill Lin Ling, he might be able to collapse the spiritual pillar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Right at this moment, layers of flames burst out, killing all who came in contact with it. In a breath's time, the battlefield turned into a sea of flames. In the surging flames, a figure bathed in flames slowly walked out. How many more people do you have for me to kill? A martial artist's strength could decide everything. The slaughter on the battlefield and the human wave tactic couldn't stop Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had returned as the king. Oh! Chapter 747. Saint Clan Shangtong. The wind was blowing, the fire was burning, and hundreds of thousands of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army were turned into ashes. On the ancient battlefield, there was only a raging inferno soaring into the sky, and the one who did all this was a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. Lin Ling is so powerful. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's side, everyone's heart was trembling. In less than a year, that youth seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The youth used to be a legend, the biggest miracle of the Cloud region, but now the youth seemed to be even further away from them and even more fantastical. You are too ruthless, causing misery and suffering. In the distance, the main general from the Saint clan, Shangtong's eyes narrowed as he muttered. He had heard of Lin Ling before. He had killed their Saint clan's youngest prodigy, Shang Fifan, and then in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Contest, his name shook the middle three regions. Such a prodigy was terrifying, but he wasn't in the Cloud region at that time. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to be proud. After all, he was also from the Rainforest Sacred Land and was a disciple of the Sun Moon Sky sect, one of the 7 major martial arts halls. He came with pride. He heard that Lin Ling also went to the Rainforest Sacred Land, but could he be compared to him? However, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling destroyed the half-spirit artifact that the Duan clan lent to the Saint clan with a single punch. This Lin Ling's strength was indeed incredible. In the sea of fire, Lin Ling walked out step by step and looked at Shangtong indifferently with a disdainful smile. Causing misery and suffering? This was a battlefield and it was either you die or I die. If I didn't make a move, that mysterious giant rock would have swept everything away. At that time, would the Saint clan youth say that it was causing misery and suffering? Would they think that I was ruthless? I am ruthless, what can you do to me? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and Shangtong's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. How many soldiers do you have left? Let them come out one by one. I'll kill them one by one until only 2 of you remain. Lin Ling added, causing Shangtong and the Marsh King's expressions to change. They looked behind Lin Ling and realized that there was a sea of fire behind Lin Ling. All the troops had been annihilated. If Lin Ling hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He single-handedly wiped out an entire army, and then directly declared war in front of them. "I'll kill you," the Swamp King growled. In his impression, Lin Ling's strength was not weak, and should have reached the king's spirit realm. Lin Ling was a genius that could rival the Cloud Sea King and Old Man Extreme Ice in the Cloud Domain. However, he had the confidence to fight Lin Ling. After all, he was one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Country. "You? Too weak. I don't even want to look at you properly." However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the Marsh King. His calm voice caused the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to get excited. This was their legend. After returning, Lin Ling directly said to the Snake Swamp Country's king that he was too weak. He didn't even want to look at him properly. "Arrogant. You are the most arrogant junior I have ever seen." The Marsh King's body was emitting a dense chilling aura. He was a dignified king who summoned millions of martial artists from the Snake Swamp Country. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at him. Lin Ling's disdainful smile got even more intense. Arrogant? The Marsh King wasn't even at the royal spirit realm. With such strength, would Lin Ling even bother with him? Even if the Marsh King was a royal spirit realm martial artist, as long as he wasn't a prodigy, Lin Ling would still disdain him. "What about me?" The Saint Race's Shang Tong spoke coldly. When he saw Lin Ling still sneering and didn't seem to want to say anything, he shook his head. He also knew that this battle was at its climax. Only by killing Lin Ling would they win this battle. Lin Ling was the spiritual pillar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. He was also a symbol and a legend. If this legend collapsed, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be easily conquered. In fact, it is better that you are back. Rather than a long and arduous battle, it is better to end it in one battle. When he thought of this, Shang Tong laughed lightly. He seemed to see Lin Ling being obliterated by him. The Saint Race and the Cloud region would be vast and mighty because of him. His name might be passed down for hundreds of years, and he might also have the name of a legend. "You are slightly stronger than the Marsh King, but you are still an ant." However, Lin Ling's soft voice echoed, causing Shang Tong's expression to freeze. He was still thinking about how his name would spread far and wide. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the Marsh King's descendant and didn't care about him. "Haha. It seems that you don't know where I come from. I am a disciple of the Rainforest Holy Land's Sun and Moon Gateless sect. That is the world of geniuses. I know that you also went to the Rainforest Holy Land, but may I ask, have you become a Moon Guard level disciple?" Shang Tong faintly shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Ling had gone to the Rainforest Holy Land for a year. At best, he would struggle in the circle of Star Guard level disciples. But he had already been there for 3 years, and had already become a Moon Guard level disciple of the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. Moreover, the weak and small geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land were not valued in the martial hall. Most of them returned to their hometowns in search of a sense of superiority, a sense of honor. Lin Ling was certainly one of them. That was why he had returned so dazzlingly. Unfortunately, all of this was ignorant and ridiculous. Sun and Moon Gateless sect. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't too familiar with this martial arts hall. But from another perspective, Shang Tong naturally wasn't too clear on the matters of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, would he have dared to speak like this? "I am no longer a Moon Guard level disciple." Lin Ling shook his head. "Then do you have the qualifications to look down on me? Well, I heard that you are also a fire attribute martial artist. Then let me see how your flame compares to my Saint Flame." Shang Tong didn't seem to want to speak anymore. Perhaps he thought that no matter how much he spoke, Lin Ling wouldn't know of his glorious achievements in the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. He was one of the top few Moon Guard level disciples of the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. The Saint Flame is the king of all flames under the heavens. Bang! Golden flames filled the air. It was not pure gold but a dazzling golden color. After it appeared, Shang Tong was like a dazzling sun in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. On the side of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Tian Xiaoman and the others were silent. Although they were confident in Lin Ling, could Lin Ling really fight with the Saint Race's Shang Tong? Shang Tong was an older genius than Shang Fifan. Moreover, he had said that in the vast and mysterious Rainforest Holy Land, Shang Tong's reputation was not small. I just want to say that your vision is too narrow. Lin Ling still shook his head and found it funny. Then he saw Shang Tong raise both of his hands and waves of golden flames rolled out crazily and rolled over. Lin Ling, you are not a Moon Guard level disciple, but today you will know the power of a Moon Guard level disciple. Shang Tong's arrogant voice floated out at the same time, causing the Marsh King to reveal a cold smile. Shang Tong had the bloodline of the saint race. His flame was definitely more domineering than Lin Ling's. Bang! The golden flames engulfed Lin Ling, causing the hearts of the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to tremble. Lin Ling actually didn't defend and didn't evade? Is that all you have? Shang Tong was a little surprised, but the mocking smile on his face deepened. He won just like that. It was too fast. That sentence should be left for you. However, at this moment, a calm voice echoed from the golden flames. A slender figure slowly walked out. He wasn't fast and seemed to be taking a stroll. He actually ignored the golden flames. How is that possible? Shang Tong's eyes widened. This scene was beyond his understanding. Oh. Chapter 748. End the battle. Haven't you noticed that your flame is very tender? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He gently waved his left hand, and the vermilion bird flames bloomed like fireworks. Under the surprised eyes of everyone present, the golden flame was burned to a crisp. This terrifying method caused Shang Tong's body to tremble. Although he was not a proud son of heaven in the Sun Moon sect, there were very few Moon Guard level disciples that dared to receive his flames. I said that you are only SOSO. Also, I said that I am not a Moon Guard level disciple, but that does not mean that I am a Star Guard level disciple. Lin Ling stepped forward step by step. His slender figure was not large, but he was like a giant. Shang Tong's face paled, and he constantly retreated. Yes, Lin Ling had said that he was no longer a Moon Guard level disciple. This had caused Shang Tong to think that Lin Ling was still a Star Guard level disciple. He had never thought that Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven. After all, the possibility was very slim. To become a proud son of heaven in less than a year, this was simply unheard of in the Sun Moon sect. So he had guessed wrong. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even in the Seven Profound Martial House, there were many people that were surprised that Lin Ling had become a proud son of heaven in a year. You don't seem familiar with that giant stone, Lin Ling said as he walked. Shang Tong frowned, and his heart became more and more dignified. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would say this, but the heaven-splitting stone was loaned to them by the Justice Duan family, so he only knew that the divine stone was very strong. But as for how strong it was, he didn't know. My flame can blow apart a half-spirit artifact. In fact, this already explains everything. Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and the vermilion bird flame slowly condensed. A flame that was even more terrifying than Shang Tong spread out, causing Shang Tong to shake his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Indeed, Lin Ling was able to break apart a half-spirit artifact. In fact, this already explained everything. To Lin Ling, he, Shang Tong, was nothing but an ant. You are a proud son of heaven of the Seven Profound Martial House, Shang Tong said fearfully as he thought about it in shock. You're right this time. I'm a prodigy currently ranked 200. Lin Ling waved his hand lightly, and the vermilion bird's flames transformed into a dazzling light that shot straight towards the sage. 200? That's invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Shang Tong's face instantly turned pale. The fear in his heart made him frantically retreat. He was afraid and regretful. He had never thought that such a terrifying genius would be born in the cloud domain. In less than a year, he had rushed to the 200th place on the Heaven's Pride list. Shouldn't such a genius come from the 5 great ancient countries? I admit defeat. As he fled, Shang Tong shouted loudly. That anxious look was nothing like a commanding general. Just admitting defeat? How could one admit defeat on the battlefield? He admitted defeat after knowing that he was no match for Lin Ling? All of this was impossible. Boom! The flames of the vermilion bird wrapped around Shang Tong, not even allowing him to cry out in pain before everything was turned to ash. The main commander of this war, Shang Tong, who came from the noble bloodline of the Saint race, had fallen here. In the entire army of the Ophidian Swamp Country, Only the Swamp King was left. Now, do you still think that I'm arrogant? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Swamp King. Being arrogant without strength was indeed arrogant, but was being arrogant with strength? Lin Ling. The Swamp King swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His huge body actually trembled. He believed that he could shake the world in the cloud domain, but he knew that he was no match for Shang Tong, who came from the rainforest sacred land. However, Lin Ling had killed Shang Tong in one move. What about him? Moreover, he had heard Shang Tong say that Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. What kind of realm was the Emperor Spirit Realm? It was a realm that he would never be able to enter in his lifetime. Suddenly he smiled bitterly. Facing such a terrifying enemy like Lin Ling, he actually didn't care about him at all? I'm too stupid. The people of the Ophidian Swamp Country are ugly. Lin Ling shook his head. A flame appeared in his hand again. He didn't even look at the Swamp King and spoke. Perhaps everything was as he said. At his current cultivation level, the Swamp King was indeed not worthy of his attention. Wait, my Ophidian Swamp Country is willing to join the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yes, the Swamp King yelled out anxiously. That rolling voice was like thunder, which made the people of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom feel like they were in a dream. He was the king of one of the 3 major kingdoms and he was actually begging for mercy. However, Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything. Perhaps everything was as he said. The people of the Ophidian Swamp Country were ugly, and he didn't want to recruit them. Boom! Wherever the flame went, an ancient expert would be entangled by the flame and disappear forever. This battle had ended. On the ancient battlefield, the wind was blowing and the flames were burning. However, everything was silent. The hundreds of thousands of people of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom looked at the youth walking over from afar, and suddenly had mixed feelings. An earth-shattering battle had ended in the hands of this youth. And the time it took wasn't even 15 minutes. Was this their cloud domain's Lin Ling? My lord, my lord. Roar. After a short moment of silence, the Flame Legion let out a shocking roar. That was their leader, the young man who promised them when they were still weak and young. He once promised them that the Flame Legion would intimidate the cloud domain. Right now this youth did it. The Flame Legion intimidated the cloud domain. And the leader of the Flame Legion was renowned throughout the world. This fellow isn't human. Every time we meet, his strength would increase greatly. Even if I were to fight with him now, I would probably lose within 100 moves. Roar! Those acquaintances of Lin Ling were all excited. Among them, the Ghost Marshal lamented. Keep bragging. You won't even be able to block a single move. At the side, the 3 pillars He Yenshan scolded with a smile. Haha. Roar. The Ghost Marshal also laughed loudly. He naturally knew that if Lin Ling were to fight with him now, he would be the one to lose instantly. Not to mention 100 moves, he wouldn't even be able to block a single move. For a moment those ancient experts felt like they were in a dream. A year ago, this youth was still very weak and weaker than them. Because they saw the youth's potential, they were willing to stand in front of him and block the wind and rain for him. However, a year later, this youth was standing in front of them and had surpassed all the experts of the older generation, blocking the wind and rain for them, protecting everything. Lin Ling. Yes. Qin Xiaolan couldn't bear it anymore. She took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. Xiaolan. Yes. Lin Ling's heart was filled with deep nostalgia as he hugged Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan gave up her own future and protected his family without any complaints or regrets. Lin Ling would always remember this kindness in his heart. Let's go home. Let's go. Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the excited acquaintances and laughed loudly. His martial heart became even more determined. Apart from not being bullied, another reason to become strong was to protect his family. Let's go home. We don't need to guard this place anymore. Ghost Marshal. The Ghost Marshal was somewhat worried. No need. I'm back. The sacred race shouldn't dare to act rashly. It won't be long before I personally go and see how powerful the sacred race is. Lin Ling laughed loudly again. His words were heroic, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They didn't need to guard the border anymore because Lin Ling had returned. The sacred race, Lin Ling, would soon personally go to their door. Crazy tyrant. This was the true king of their cloud domain. Chapter 749. Reunion. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Linling ruled the world by himself and restored peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the Stone Saint Kingdom, when Linling faced the clamoring of the prodigies from the other regions, he swept them all by himself and even killed Extreme Ice Elder, which allowed the Stone Saint Kingdom to settle down. To all the martial artists, Linling was omnipotent, and now he was back. This made many people feel that the Cloud region's situation was settled. Early in the morning, the city gate of the Cloud Sea City was densely packed with people, and they were silently waiting for Linling's arrival. Haha, Grandpa Taiyan, Linling is back. And the battle at the border was settled by Linling alone. You have a good grandson. Haha. The current Cloud Sea King, Yunixuan, was already above everyone, but he treated Patriarch Taiyan with the respect of his grandfather. When Linling returned, he personally came to welcome him, and he didn't wear the dragon robe but the clothes he wore when he was with Linling. This represented his admiration for Linling. Ha. Patriarch Taiyan laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with gratification while his old eyes were filled with tears. It was like a dream, and he didn't expect his grandson to reach such heights. In the past, his expectations for Linling was to be famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but his grandson's potential was beyond imagination. Not only was he famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also famous in the Cloud region. Linling is back. Haha. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed, and all the martial artists laughed. Some of the youths even looked into the distance with admiration while the young ladies' hearts were jumping. When they saw that handsome figure in the distance, those who saw Linling for the first time were even more astonished. Linling was so young. Grandfather. Haha. When he just got close to the Cloud Sea City, Linling saw a familiar figure, and he was instantly excited. No matter how he fought outside, he would always be Patriarch Taiyan's grandson at home. Good. The Extreme Flame Ancestor strode forward. His old eyes were moist. Linling arrived in front of the Extreme Flame Ancestor and immediately knelt down. From his appearance, it seemed that he was not a legend, but a grandson who went out to learn martial arts. Get up. Patriarch Extreme Flame was extremely excited. After helping Linling up, he looked him up and down. He found that his grandson had grown a lot taller, and the childishness on his face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of steadiness and calmness, and there was a hint of frivolity hidden in his eyes. I'm glad you're back. Ancestor Extreme Flame was the same as all the other elders. He was happier than anything else to see his descendant return safely. Linling, you're really something. Now you've become a legend. Later, tell me more about the rainforest. Also, teach us martial arts. In the Fire Ancient clan, Linling and the others, who had grown up with Linling, immediately pestered Linling. Some of the younger children even pestered Linling for pills. Haha, little tiger, I haven't seen you for a year. You've grown so tall. Linling was extremely happy at this moment. He looked at one of the children and took out a large amount of pills. He had already prepared the pills and spiritual herbs for the Fire Ancient clan and the Fire Corps to become stronger. At night, the entire Cloud Sea City was bustling with noise and excitement. There was no one guarding the city anymore. The entire city was celebrating because they knew that the sacred race could no longer be arrogant with Linling's return. In the huge square, acquaintances took turns to drink with Linling. This made Linling shake his head helplessly. He knew that he would have to drink a lot after returning. Linling, what treasure did you bring back? Old Man Huayong looked at Linling and smiled. Only he could see that Linling had reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This progress was beyond his expectations. Moreover, he had a feeling that even the current him was no match for Linling. What a terrifying genius. In less than a year he had reached such a level. His vision was very accurate back then. Thank you, Old Man Huayong. Linling bowed respectfully to Old Man Huayong. The latter was the one who recommended him to go to the rainforest's sacred land. After Linling left, Old Man Huayong didn't leave out of consideration for the safety of the Fire Ancient clan. Linling would remember this kindness in his heart. This is the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill. It's refined with the Yang Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. Linling took out a large amount of pills. When the words Yang Spirit fruit came out, Old man Huayong trembled and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. This is for me? With his experience, he naturally knew how precious the yang spirit fruit was. Lin Ling nodded and took out a large amount of rare pills. This made Old man Huayong very excited. Lin Ling was a very nice person. After cultivating in the rainforest's sacred land, he would share some of his gains with the others. Lin Ling, what about us? Qin Xiaolan and the others were not satisfied. The Heaven and Earth Creation Pill has an 80% chance of allowing you to reach the innate king body. Lin Ling smiled faintly. When he spoke, the entire plaza was silent. At present, most of the martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom only had the innate spirit body. The innate king body was a talent that they dreamed of. After all, everything below the innate king body was like an ant. Now, Lin Ling had a miraculous pill that could actually change the innate spirit body. This was the rarest treasure in the world. Lin Ling, you're too awesome. Many members of the Fire Ancient clan exclaimed while many members of the Fire Legion were excited. They knew that with the return of their leader, their Fire Legion strength would increase greatly. The entire city celebrated and was bustling with noise. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky until late into the night. Late into the night, it was as quiet as water. Patriarch Extreme Flame brought Lin Ling to the ancestral grave. Lin Ling paid his respects to his father with a heavy heart. He had been in the rainforest sacred land for almost a year, but he still couldn't find his mother. This was his biggest regret. Don't worry. Wait until you are stronger. You will definitely find her. Patriarch Extreme Flame comforted him. He knew that this was Lin Ling's wish. Those are? Suddenly, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were a large number of newly erected tombstones, but they didn't belong to the Fire Ancient clan. They are the warriors of the Fire Legion. After the Saint Race's large-scale attack, they were the vanguard and blocked the Saint Race's most terrifying attack. After that, they were ambushed by the Snake Swamp Kingdom and sacrificed heroically. Patriarch Extreme Flame said with a heavy expression. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This debt of blood must be paid with blood. Blood! Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Ling. He knew that his grandson was someone who would definitely take revenge. Now that Lin Ling had promised, he wouldn't have any fear. However, the opponent was the Saint Race. Could Lin Ling do it? I heard that the Saint Race has the support of 5 great ancient nations. They are the powerful Justice Duan family. 5 great ancient nations. Legend has it that they have terrifying bloodlines in the upper 3 regions. Patriarch Extreme Flame cautiously said. He had only learned about the 5 great ancient nations after the incident. To the Cloud Domain they were a colossus. It's just the Justice Duan family. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. Blood, Lin Ling coldly said, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame to tremble. His grandson had killed someone from the Justice Duan family? How was that possible? Lin Ling had only been in the rainforest sacred land for a year. How could he have the strength to face the Justice Duan family? Not only the Justice Duan family, I have even killed people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame to be stunned. Only now did he realize that in this 1 year, his grandson wasn't unknown in the rainforest sacred land. For a moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame had mixed feelings. He realized that wherever his grandson went, he was a dazzling light. Oh! Chapter 750. Revisiting an old place. Grandfather, the Serpent Swamp Kingdom is ugly. Let's destroy them first. Father. Lin Ling didn't know what his grandfather was thinking. He replied coldly. Since he was back, he naturally had to pay with blood. Otherwise, how could he face the loyal Flame Legion? That's good. The Serpent Swamp Kingdom has always been eyeing them. It's right to destroy them first. Linger, when do you plan to set off? I will ask the Flame Legion and other experts to assist you. Patriarch Extreme Flame's expression turned serious. He also hated the Serpent Swamp Kingdom because the martial artists of that kingdom were brutal. Thus, he couldn't wait to kill them. No need. I alone am enough. Set off tomorrow? Tomorrow. Lin Ling replied with a smile, which caused Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes to narrow. Alone? Set off tomorrow? Lin Ling was facing a huge kingdom, and he only prepared for one day before setting off. Did Lin Ling think that he was going to play house? Grandfather has to admit that I am old. Father. Finally, Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled helplessly. Afterward, the grandfather and grandson drank and sang, telling each other about their experiences. When dawn broke, Patriarch Extreme Flame left reluctantly. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen his grandson for a long time, so he had too much to say. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and looked at the sky. He then sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He knew that his strength was very strong in the middle three regions, but when facing those ancient experts in the rainforest sacred land, his foundation was still weak. Not to mention those far away, even those on the 7 profound prodigy list were stronger than him. Thus, in order to cultivate in peace, the matters in the cloud region had to be settled. The Serpent Swamp Kingdom was the first place that Lin Ling wanted to attack. In order to protect his family, he would not be soft-hearted. On the second day, the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was still immersed in the joy of Lin Ling's return. Lin Ling set off on a journey alone to protect his family. The Snake Swamp Kingdom was close to the southern sea of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling was walking across the sky. When he passed by the Guyen sect, he suddenly had a nostalgic feeling. In the past, he rose up step by step from that place. When he faced the difficulties from the Guyen sect patriarch and the elders, he persevered and used his own willpower to open up the situation and grow step by step. Now, Guyen sect was very insignificant to him. It was so weak that he could destroy it with a wave of his hand. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ling moved and headed towards the ancient sect on the ground. As he passed by this place, he decided to take a look at the place where he used to practice cultivation, Alcade Peak. His body stopped on Alcade Peak. Everything was the same as before. There were no changes to the flowers, grass, trees, or houses. It seems that the current sect leader of Guyen sect is smarter than the previous sect leader. She did not change anything about Guyen sect. Audacious. How can you enter the Alcade Peak Holy Land as you wish? Are you courting death? Right at this moment, Lin Ling's arrival attracted the attention of many disciples. Subsequently, more and more disciples arrived and looked at Lin Ling with anger. Lin Ling was startled for a moment. He didn't expect Alcade Peak to become the Guyen sect's holy land. After all, Alcade Peak was always empty in the past. However, he didn't bother about the anger of those disciples and smiled apologetically. I'm just passing by to take a look. Apologies for bringing trouble to you. Passing by? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you wish? One of the blue-clothed disciples seemed to have quite a high seniority as he spoke coldly. The other disciples followed him as their leader. It was obvious that the blue-clothed disciple was the most outstanding prodigy in the Guyen sect. I really didn't know about the taboo here. I apologize for bringing trouble. Lin Ling smiled gently. He naturally wouldn't get angry over such a small matter and apologized sincerely. Even when he was surrounded by so many people, Lin Ling's expression was still calm and composed. No one could see through him at all. At this moment, those disciples' hearts turned grave. This youth was very strange. Firstly, Alcade Peak was the Guyen sect's holy land. It was also the place where the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's legend, Lin Ling, grew up. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, but this youth broke through the layers of security and arrived here. Secondly, this youth's cultivation couldn't be seen clearly. It didn't seem strong, but it seemed to be as high as the mountains and flowing water, unfathomable. The most terrifying thing was that this youth was actually so calm when he was surrounded by so many people. He was a very strange person. Since you have apologized, we won't make things difficult for you. However, Alcade Peak is a holy land, and outsiders are indeed not allowed to enter. Hence, we will have to trouble you to follow us to the Elder Hall to verify your identity. If you don't have any ill intentions, we will let you go. The blue-clothed disciple's attitude wasn't as unyielding as before. Lin Ling paused for a moment. He was just passing by and wanted to take a look. He didn't want to spend too much time here. He smiled helplessly and said, "Apologies, I will leave immediately. As for going to the Elder Hall, there is no need for that." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. "Apologies, we are limited by our duties," the blue-clothed disciple said helplessly. Jiang Yi had a calm temperament and was approachable. which gave him a good feeling. However, rules were rules. How could he allow a stranger to come to Arcade Peak and leave without any explanation? Sorry for the offense. The blue-clothed disciple waved his hand and asked all the disciples to get ready to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed softly. With his current strength, he naturally wasn't afraid of being besieged by these disciples. He just didn't expect that a nostalgic action would bring him so much trouble. He took a step forward and wanted to leave. Hold on, you guys are crazy. At this moment, an anxious shout was heard, causing all the disciples' hearts to tremble. When they looked over, they saw a middle-aged man striding over. This man had quite a high status in the Guyan sect. He was the former sect leader of the Guyan sect, Mo Jingtian. Mo Jingtian was once chased away by Guyan sect. Later on, he met Lin Ling and received help from Lin Ling. However, he was worried about Guyan sect and returned. The current sect leader of Guyan sect knew that although Mo Jingtian had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past, they had a good relationship. Hence, the current sect leader treated Mo Jingtian well, and allowed him to become one of the current elders. At this moment, the disciples were puzzled as to why Elder Mo was reprimanding them. Moreover, he looked anxious and even agitated. It's you? You are finally back. The old man who appeared at Arcade Peak was Mo Jingtian. Most of the people here had heard of Lin Ling's name but had never seen Lin Ling before. Only Mo Jingtian knew him. It has been a few years since we last met, but your appearance hasn't changed at all. Mo Jingtian's heart was in turmoil. He was a little agitated and bowed slightly. As a martial artist of Heaven Mystic's kingdom, how could he not know about the miracles that Lin Ling had created? Lin Ling was a disciple of Guyan sect in the past. Now he had become the #1 martial artist in Heaven Mystic's kingdom. All of this was like a dream. When he faced Lin Ling, he felt as though he was facing a senior sect leader. Mo. Lin Ling originally wanted to leave. However, he couldn't help but feel delighted as he didn't expect to see an old friend. Don't mention the word sect leader anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Mo. Mo Jingtian laughed excitedly, causing the hearts of the surrounding disciples to tremble violently. Elder Mo was a person of virtue and prestige in the 100,000 mountains. He actually bowed to this young man. Moreover, his tone was extremely respectful. Oh. Chapter 751. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios killing the Snake King, alright? Then I shall be thick-skinned and call you Brother Mo. Lin Ling smiled gently and pondered for a moment before taking out a few bottles of elixirs. You were injured when you went out, and I'm afraid it will be hard for you to recover your cultivation. Now, I shall give you a bottle of 100-flower spirit elixir which will allow you to be reborn. I shall also give you a bottle of heaven and earth creation elixir. I hope it will help your innate spirit body to become an innate king body. I am in a rush for time and have to exterminate the Snake Swamp Kingdom now. Hence I shall not say much. Let's have a good gathering the next time we meet. After handing the elixirs to Mo Jingtian, Lin Ling waved at Mo Jingtian and kept them. He then took a step forward and walked towards the sky. Heaven and earth creation elixir? Help an innate spirit body to become an innate king body? An 100-flower spirit elixir. Mo Jingtian looked at the elixir in his hand and shuddered. It was a very precious elixir. In the 100,000 mountains, there was no one with the innate king body. Lin Ling casually gave him a chance and allowed him to have the #1 innate talent in the 100,000 mountains. Thank you. Mo Jingtian had mixed feelings in his heart as he bowed towards the slender figure in the sky again. All the surrounding disciples were shocked. Who was that youth? He was so arrogant. He actually said that he was going to exterminate the Snake Swamp Kingdom? Who gave him the right to be so arrogant? Elder Mo, he is? That blue-robed disciple asked respectfully. Him. He is the owner of Arcade Peak and also the pride of the Guyan sect. Mo Jingtian said indifferently with a voice filled with admiration. Boom! All the disciples' hearts shuddered as their eyes lit up with excitement. There was only one voice in their hearts. The legend of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Lin Ling. After crossing the Southern Sea, it was the Snake Swamp Kingdom. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's climate was rather humid and hot. It was dull, and the plants were luxuriant. The martial artists here were valiant and had violent temperaments. The Snake King City was the main city of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. At this moment, in an inn on the way to the Snake King City, a large number of martial artists were resting. Some of them were as tall as 3 meters while some were as thin as Snake King City. Have you heard? Lin Ling from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has returned, and he returned victorious in the battle at the border. The Marsh King has also died in the hands of Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is truly terrifying. However, once the sacred race learns that Lin Ling has returned, they definitely won't let Lin Ling go. That's right. I heard that the Snake King has been discussing with the Saint race experts. They've decided to join forces to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the Saint race has a powerful backing. It seems to be the 5 ancient empires. It's fine if Lin Ling doesn't come back, but if he does, he'll die. In the restaurant, those martial artists were discussing animatedly, their voices like thunder. In the corner, a figure wearing a large cloak was calmly drinking wine. After hearing those words, the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. After finishing the wine in his hand, he took out some money and placed it on the table. Then he turned around and left. Wait, you don't seem to be from the Snake Marsh country? Suddenly, at a table by the side, a martial artist dressed in a strange green color spoke with a cold voice. When he saw that person handing over the money, the hand that extended out from the cloak was white, and the skin was different. Hence, he felt that this person wasn't from the Snake Marsh country. If he isn't from the Snake Marsh country, then he must be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom or the Stone Saint Kingdom. Right now, the 2 kingdoms are at war, and someone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom actually dares to come to the Snake Marsh country? Everyone in the restaurant stopped eating and looked coldly at that cloaked man. I'm just here to drink wine and see where the Imperial Palace is. I didn't expect for it to be so troublesome. Under the cold gazes, that cloaked man shrugged his shoulders helplessly and slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome and indifferent face. Many people were secretly surprised as they didn't expect this person to be so young. Who exactly are you? What are you here for? All the Snake Marsh country's martial artists had cold expressions and even revealed killing intent. Now that the 2 kingdoms were at war, they were naturally extremely vigilant against martial artists from other kingdoms. Kill your Snake King. That youth shook his head and spoke softly before slowly walking out of the restaurant. It was as though killing the Snake Marsh country's king was as simple as eating a meal for him. However, as soon as he finished speaking as expected, the entire restaurant fell silent. So arrogant. It was fine that he came to the Snake Marsh country alone, but he even declared that he was going to kill their king. He simply couldn't see through himself. The Snake Marsh country isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. If you don't leave your name, can you walk out of the restaurant? A formidable martial artist took a large step forward, causing the ground to shake. He was like a wild bull as he crashed towards that youth. Boom! Before he even got close, blazing flames burst out, instantly incinerating that martial artist into ashes. Everyone gasped for cold air as that youth's strength was formidable. After all, that martial artist from before was an expert at the peak stage of the Earth Spirit realm. I am Lin Ling. If you want to kill, then come. Kill. That youth slowly wore the brim of his hat. From start to finish, he didn't even look at the people in the restaurant before he calmly left. The restaurant got even quieter. Lin Ling? Did Lin Ling come? He actually wanted to kill his way into the royal palace, and he was going to do it alone. This was too arrogant. Countless eyes looked at that slender back as he walked towards the royal palace, but no one dared to obstruct him. Those Snake Marsh country's martial artists were shocked and even had a smear of admiration. This was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, no, the Cloud region. Judging from his boldness, he was just like his name. However, he calmly killed his way into the royal palace and was going to do it alone. Would he be able to walk out alive? There were countless experts in the royal palace. Furthermore, Lin Ling was overly confident and didn't choose to assassinate. Instead, he walked into the royal palace openly. The Snake King and the other experts must have received the news. Right now, the Snake King city was in an uproar. As the city gates opened, countless martial artists and commoners gathered by the roadside to watch from afar. They watched as a young man leisurely strolled into the city. It was a strange feeling, but it was also very shocking. In the thousands of years of the Snake Marsh country's history, it wasn't that no one had killed their way into the royal palace. However, most of them would bring a large number of experts and kill their way into the royal palace. Furthermore, the entire army would be wiped out. One person. He was going to kill so casually. This was the first person in the thousands of years of the Snake Marsh country's history. This youth seemed to be reminding the Snake King that he was coming to kill him. He could make ample preparations. If there were any experts, ask them to return immediately. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. This feeling was like a dream to the people of the Snake Marsh country, and felt unreal. With all sorts of thoughts, no one dared to obstruct Lin Ling. They could only look on with reverence from a distance. Soon enough, the royal palace appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes, which caused Lin Ling to reveal a smile. The Snake Marsh country's martial artists were truly strange. They looked similar to the mysterious expert in the ancient tomb. Lin Ling wondered if their bloodline was similar. Lin Ling. Yes. In front of the royal palace's gates, a large number of experts were gathered. One of them was a man wearing a loose cloak and a green jade crown. Beside him were the elite experts of the Snake Marsh country. All of them were at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. There was even one of them who was at the King Spirit realm. Chapter 752. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios missed the opportunity. The wind and clouds billowed, and the earth shook. However, a slender figure slowly walked over from afar, drinking wine as he looked ahead indifferently. You are the Snake King? I only have one thing to say. After you die, as long as the Snake Swamp Kingdom surrenders to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, everyone will be safe. Boast. Boasting shamelessly. What if I don't surrender? Boast. The moment the other party arrived, his words were arrogant, causing a four-armed elder on the Snake King's side to roar. This elder's beard was very long, and it reached the ground. He had a majestic aura like the Thunder King. If we don't surrender, the entire kingdom will perish. Boast. The cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing many people's hearts to tremble. If they didn't surrender, would the Snake Swamp Kingdom be exterminated? You're not qualified to do that. Boast. The four-armed elder roared. The other party was too arrogant. Did he think he could threaten the Snake Swamp Ancient Kingdom by himself? Swish. An ancient aura was released, and the four-armed elder's body suddenly enlarged. He actually turned into an octopus-like demonic beast with a human head. I want to see how you are going to be exterminated. Boast. The half-human, half-beast demonic beast pounced at Lin Ling, causing a fishy wind to blow. Mo Lao has made his move. Boast. Many people in the crowd were looking forward to it. The four-armed elder was the Grand Elder of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He had a majestic aura, and his strength was extremely terrifying. However, before he could get close to Lin Ling, an even more ferocious figure shot out from Lin Ling's shoulder and turned into a 2-meter giant ape. Its giant arms swept out, and with a boom the half-human, half-beast demonic beast turned into a rain of blood. It couldn't even block a single attack. Such a formidable demonic beast. Boast. Everyone sucked in cold air. They had seen many demonic beasts, but this was the first time they saw such a terrifying one. Lin Ling continued to move forward. His cold expression caused the silent Snake King's eyes to flicker. Lin Ling's strength was indeed formidable. In fact, it is not impossible for us to negotiate. Furthermore, the Snake Swamp Kingdom can submit to you. Boast. He waved his right hand and shot a cup of wine at Lin Ling. It seemed like he was going to compromise. Lin Ling took the wine cup and continued to walk forward. Without even looking at the cup, he drank it. Then he said indifferently, "What do you want to talk about?" A hint of joy appeared in the Snake King's eyes. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He drank his wine just like that. This Lin Ling was indeed too young. We were ordered by the Saint Race to eradicate your Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Saint Race has a very powerful backer, and isn't something we can resist. Hence we made a move on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Snake King seemed to want to explain his helpless position. I know. That's why I gave you a chance to submit. Otherwise, I would have already destroyed the Ophidian kingdom. Lin Ling's face was still calm. Haha, you are very arrogant and I also believe that you have the strength. But in the end, you are only one person. And the Saint race has already invited the 5 great ancient countries. So, between you and the Saint race, I choose the Saint race. The Snake King licked his lips, and his words made Lin Ling stop. So, you still intend to refuse? Then what are you talking about? Never. I never plan to talk. Lin Ling, you're too confident. Men set up the 12 ancient beast formations. Yes. The Snake King's expression changed very quickly, and he suddenly laughed tyrannically. The 12 elite experts behind him transformed into ancient beasts and took mysterious steps. They actually surrounded Lin Ling tightly in the middle. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from the formation. It was a tyrannical and destructive aura. The Ophidian kingdom's history seemed to be ancient. Their inheritance was not simple, and they actually knew how to set up an ancient formation. Lin Ling is dead for sure. He has been plotted against by the Snake King. The crowd was secretly delighted. Snakes were strange by nature and had many transformations. How could they be so easily trusted? However, Lin Ling actually chose to believe them. This was simply digging his own grave. Lin Ling, you drank the 1,000 snake wine and were trapped by the 12 ancient beast formation. Today you will die here. Pitiful. The Snake King proudly shouted as if he could see Lin Ling falling here, causing the crowd to cheer. Lin Ling was so pitiful. He proudly came here alone, but in the end he died here. If a legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom fell here, their Ophidian kingdom's name would be able to shake the cloud domain. I feel pity for you. You gave up a chance to talk before. Yes. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling, who was surrounded by the 12 ancient beasts, was still calm. His cold voice floated out, causing the Snake King's eyes to narrow. At this moment he suddenly couldn't see through Lin Ling. I forgot to tell you. I am an alchemist. Your snake venom is very weak to me and was easily dealt with. Thus I was not poisoned. Pitiful. Lin Ling spoke again. He had been researching alchemy recipes in the Bitter Adversity Mountain. At this moment, his alchemy skills had improved by more than 1 level. How could a small poison from the cloud domain compare to the alchemy skills of the rainforest sacred land? Boom! Without saying anything else, Lin Ling's body burst with terrifying flames. A giant vermilion bird flew in the sky, turning the entire palace gate into a purgatory of fire. The ancient 12 ancient beast formation was instantly burned, and the 12 people died in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Pitiful. The Snake King's eyes widened. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong. However, he didn't expect that his strength had reached the stage where all schemes were useless. Strength could crush everything. You don't have to say anything. Pitiful. Subsequently, the Snake King heard an indifferent voice. It was from Lin Ling, and it seemed that he didn't need to say anything. This meant that no matter what the Snake King said, Lin Ling would kill him. Wait, we can still talk. Hurry, the Snake King anxiously said. His scheme had been exposed and he was filled with regret. Moreover, he didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't fear his poison wine. However, Lin Ling had already turned and left, no longer paying attention to his words. Perhaps it was the same as Lin Ling's words. Since the Snake King had given up the chance to talk, then there was no need to talk anymore. Bang! An even more terrifying storm of flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, turning into a pillar of fire that was several hundred meters tall that shot into the skies. Beneath these destructive flames, all the powerhouses in front of the palace gate died. As for the Snake King, he was also burned to death. Before he died, the regret in his heart became even thicker. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen the saints. After all, no matter how strong the saints were, could they save him in his current state? Or perhaps he shouldn't have held on to any hope that he could use the poisoned wine to kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flames burned and the palace collapsed. Lin Ling walked step by step out of the flames with Little Flame in tow, and it caused the hearts of everyone in the city to tremble violently. The battle had ended in less than 30 minutes. In the end, all the members of the imperial family had perished. Lin Ling was much more terrifying than they'd imagined. Those who don't submit will all die. Cold. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded throughout the sky above the city, and it caused everyone to be stunned. After that, all the cultivators knelt down. Submit. Yes. At this moment, they didn't have any right to object. Send someone to Ocean of Cloud City to look for Unishwan. Yes. An indistinct voice descended into their ears like a gust of wind. When they raised their heads to look over, that terrifying figure had vanished. Just like how he'd arrived in an instant and left in an instant. The only change was that the top experts of Ophidian Swamp Kingdom had been annihilated, and only the ordinary experts remained. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.